While we are standing, let's take a minute for prayers and meditation. Thank you very much. You may take your seat. As I indicated in my
Speaker,
remarks, yes,
sorry, Speaker, when you did a count, IFP was not here, but now they are here. But I wasn't sure whether you also counted MK members, just to check.
Speaker, MK members are undercover at the moment. They are the majority in this house.
Thank you. We'll respond to your question, Councillor Mngwangu, during lunchtime. Thank you. Councillors, as I've indicated in my opening remarks, that we have a delegation from the Office of the Auditor General. They are here today to present the audit report of our municipality. I will now invite them through the city manager, to do their presentation. After their presentation, I will take hands for those councillors who want to ask questions of clarities and make some comments on the report, because it is a very important report from AG. City Manager, let me now invite the presenter from the Office of the Auditor General to take the podium and make the presentation. Thank you.
Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Mthethwa.
may I request your indulgence in terms of section 12, subsection 2 of the Rules of Order bylaw, which
Yes.
gives you the right to alter the order of proceedings in the meeting.
Yes.
I see you have invoked that now that you've called the team from the Auditor General. Can we then request that, while in keeping with that, we take the notice of motion on page, I'll tell you now. On page 32,
32.
Yes, and making the second item after the Auditor General. Thank you, Chair. That's a submission we're making.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mthethwa. Your proposal is rejected. The speaker will determine when to consider that motion. If there is a need to move it from item 13 to the item that are earlier than that, the speaker will consider that.
Yes, Shahid.
Thank you very much, Councillors. AG.
Greetings to the Honourable Speaker, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors, City Managers, all other officials, and my colleagues. Special greetings to the traditional leadership as well as the members of the media. My name is Vanuja Maraj. I'm the Head of Portfolio at the Auditor General's Office, responsible for 3 provinces, namely KwaZulu-Natal, the Eastern Cape, and Mpumalanga. And with me today, I have Nomalungelo Mkhize, who is the business unit leader in the KwaZulu-Natal province, and we will together take you through the presentation for today. Today, we table the audit report for the 2022-2023 financial year. This will enable oversight to understand and digest the outcomes and findings, as well as to hold the executive accountable by ensuring that there is indeed a plan to respond to findings and the monitoring thereof. This should ideally prevent repetitive findings and confirm progress and improvement going forward. On the next slide, you will see that the core of the AGSA culture shift approach is the culture change in public sector. The Auditor General's Office is committed to carrying out its constitutional responsibility to ingrain in government a culture of performance, accountability, transparency, and integrity, which will ultimately lead...
Can you stop? Councillor Mngwango, I'm not taking hands. I will take the hands after the presentation. Please lower your hand. No, lower your hands. No, lower your hand. Lower your hand. Proceed.
Speaker, we can't read.
Proceed.
But we can't read.
No, Mngwango, can you please lower your hand?
No, but Speaker, we can't read. Just help us to see how can read.
Lower your hand. Yeah. Order, councillors. Order, councillors. Order. Councillor Mngwango is being addressed by the Speaker. Councillor Mngwango, please behave. Please proceed. Apologies for that.
Thank you. I'll just repeat that. The Auditor General's Office is committed to carrying out its constitutional responsibility to ingrain in government a culture of performance, accountability, transparency, and integrity, which will ultimately lead to a better quality of life. On the next slide, we see that the success of shifting public sector culture requires members of the broader accountability ecosystem to consistently and effectively fulfill their respective responsibilities and mandates. The various role players in the accountability ecosystem each have a very unique and significant role to play in realizing the culture shift and enhancing the everyday lives of South Africans. We will aim to achieve this by sustainably and efficiently shifting public sector culture through our insights, our influence, and our enforcement. The next slide shows what is the audit about. We generally audit 3 areas, namely the credibility of the annual financial statements, secondly, the reliability and credibility of the performance information, and lastly, the compliance with laws and regulations. So we focus on these 3 areas, and the slide that's now been presented is the various opinions you get from the work that we do, which is from the worst, which is the disclaimer, to the best, which is the clean. And in order to get the clean, you need to pass the 3 areas that I've just mentioned. The next slide shows where the Metro fits in this particular category. We would like to commend the Metro on producing credible annual financial statements, thereby receiving an unqualified opinion on the financial statements. However, there were findings in the other two areas, namely the audit on the predetermined objectives as well as compliance. Noma will take you through the detail. If we have to capture the audit outcomes as an overall message, it would be the audit outcome of the municipality has remained stagnant for the 2022-2023 period. The lack of appropriate oversight and monitoring by leadership over the control environment resulted in material misstatements in the performance information and repeat non-compliance with legislation relating to the environment, expenditure, consequence management, and procurement and contract management. The detail of which Noma will take us through. The last slide that I will take us through is the quality of the financial reporting. As I mentioned, we have received quality financial statements which we attribute to a well-resourced and skilled finance unit that has and compiled credible financial statements that was produced and sent to our officers for auditing purposes. Noma will take us through the rest of the detail.
Thank you very much, Vanuja, and greetings to the Honorable Speaker, to His Worship the Mayor and Deputy Mayor, to all councillors, and a special greeting, Ikhuleka Makhosina Sendlunkulu, and to all officials led by the City Manager and all guests in the House. As mentioned, I will take us through from this current slide, which speaks to the financial health of the municipality. This one is just to indicate that the Metro definitely is under pressure in terms of its financial health. We have noted slow payments from our debtors, so the consumer debtors, we see that as a challenge. At the end of the 2023 year, being 30 June 2023, the municipality had to impair over 13 billion in consumer debtors, which equates to 56.3% of their debtor book. This means that there is a risk in terms of cash collections and therefore available resources to fund some of the programs that are self-funded by the municipality that are aimed at service delivery. And also just to note as well under the revenue is that with the average creditor days being 60 days and above, the late payments also raise, on the expenditure side, with the creditor days being above 60 days, there is then a risk that interest will be incurred, and as we are aware that this results in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The impact of this particular scenario in terms of the financial health of the municipality is that there is pressure in terms of service delivery when cash is not collected, and also the cash that will then leak from the interest that may be charged. We also noted that the asset management component of this, the percentages that we note there are below the norms as set by National Treasury. So if there is a continuing trade of the inadequate asset maintenance, it will further put a strain on the already deteriorating asset network, and this will in turn again impact the municipality's ability to deliver on its mandate and negatively also affect its revenue generation capabilities. Moving on to the next portion, as Vanuja had indicated, that there are three areas that we look at. Moving into the performance information, so the audit of the performance information on this particular slide, we note in terms of the quality of the performance report, as indicated, we had material findings coming through in this particular area, so it's still a concern in terms of the quality of the performance reports. And this is brought about in that we have assessed that the performance information is not reliable due to challenges with supporting documentation, not being available to verify what is reported as achievements, or there being the material differences between what is actually achieved and what is reported as achieved based on the audit work that we have done. And we must also note that this has been a trend over the past 3 years, and it does require the attention and intervention of council, as performance information is critical in the work that the council needs to do. And simply put, if you do not have reliable information, you then are not able to make the critical decisions that need to be made in terms of where service delivery should be directed if the information coming through is not reliable. We also continue to see material material adjustments that are made coming from the audit process, meaning that there is still some reliance on the audit process to pick up discrepancies or to pick up misstatements that are then adjusted, and we need to obviously pay attention on that. On the next two slides, I will not go into the detail of that. This highlights the for the 2022-2023 audit, we selected one plan, being creating a quality living environment. And this is a plan that ensures the municipality's performance on its primary mandated functions that are of significant national, community, or public interest. We do not express an opinion particularly on this area, but we highlight the material findings. So here we are highlighting that the Metro achieved 74.58 of its planned targets for the year and has utilized a budget of 94.79% in this particular selected plan. And as I indicated in the two slides, I'm not going to go into the detail, but it highlights the targets that were not achieved and that the municipality has put in measures to improve on the performance. And then in the slide that you see before you, so as part of the audit as well, over and above the work that we do, we also do what we term value add, where we perform certain work. The performance audit unit assists us in looking at infrastructure and other areas of the municipality. And we do this work to be able to provide insights to management, the council, and oversight structures of the municipality on areas that may be requiring their attention, so that there is improvement in the service delivery to the people of eThekwini, and also improving the processes within the municipality in the areas that we do look at. So we had a look at various projects under electricity, housing, roads, water and sanitation, wastewater, solid waste management, and also including environmental and infrastructure management. Our assessment included the understanding of the processes for environmental risk identification. We did physical site visits and conditional assessment. We looked at licensing of plant and landfill sites and processes that are in place to prevent pollution or degradation of the environment. And in this slide, we then highlight in terms of the findings. So under the wastewater treatment works, being the first area, where we looked at three treatment works. The overall observations that we came up with is that there is a lack of adequate maintenance to prevent malfunctioning of these treatment works. There are inadequate measures that are put in place to prevent pollution and degradation of adjacent waterways. We also noted that there were delayed SEM processes that also hindered addressing some of the concerns and issues that were identified. We have also shared with management our recommendations in the various areas that we look at, such as conducting regular reviews of the existing the sewage networks and developing plans to address any deficiencies and ensuring that operating and capital budgets are appropriate to support the action plans that are put in place. We looked at housing, one of the projects that we had a look at, the Namibia Stop 8 housing project, which is a project that was approved in 2015. The findings that we came from there were that we noted poor workmanship that led to some of the homes that were intended for beneficiaries with disabilities failing to meet the specific standards and passing safety concerns. And we are also saying there that there needs to be interventions such as focusing on developing standard operating procedures for each project milestone, streamlining the planning processes, and regular monitoring of timelines and targets. Under this project, we also noted delays that led then to funds being redirected to the bulk infrastructure, the project having been approved in 2015, and as at 30 June 2023, it was not yet complete and had 3 units that had been completed at the time. And then on the other one, on the electricity one, we had a look at the Osterville substation, again, as part of the work that we do, doing the site visits, and we had findings that we shared also with management, where we noted delays. The project was approved in 2014, and it was awarded in 2020, and the time of the audit, it had been halted with a 63.97% completion and expenditure of 16.86 million as indicated on the slide. There again, we are noting project delays. There was issues of expiry of contracts for the panel of professional service providers. There had to be reperformance of some of the work, and also budget needed to be reconfirmed. And of course, then the payments were delayed. And we also highlight that business forum dissatisfaction and disruptions also came as a factor in the delay of the project. And then we move to the following slide that speaks to another area that we had a look at within the metro. Having experienced the floods of 2022 in our province, we had been doing real-time audit work on the flood relief, but we also had taken a focus on the disaster management processes and the readiness of the province and the city to deal with the disaster. So we continue to look in this area for the 2022-2023 year, looking at the processes and controls that are put in place to respond to the disaster. In the work that we did on the disaster management center in the municipality, we had findings that were highlighted on this particular slide. Some of them relating to the legislative requirement in terms of the appointment of the head of the Disaster Management Center, the disaster management plans that need to be updated on a regular basis, the inadequacy in terms of the capacity noted in the Disaster Management Center, and also funding for disaster relief not being adequate for response, recovery, and rehabilitation and reconstruction. So these were some of the overall findings that we identified as detailed out in this slide. Again, here we shared the various details with management to then address, so that as we now understand that such disasters are becoming quite frequent for our province and in particular for our city. In the following slide, we looked at also the ICT environment and the project as part of our value add work. Our findings I also detailed on the slide. One of the key that we picked up is that in 2020 there was a council resolution that was taken around the centralization of the ICT function under the Information Management Unit, in response to the fragmented way in which the ICT was assessed or being managed. We found that this resolution has not yet been implemented. We found that there's challenges with regards to the approval, we found that there is no approved or consolidated IT strategy giving clear guidelines for the IMU, being the Information Management Unit, and the electricity ICT units to be able to combine and enable the achievement of the strategic initiatives of the municipality. And in terms of the work that was done, we just also want to highlight the impact is that there would then be inefficiencies in the way that the ICT environment is managed. Whether you're looking at management of people, the processes, or projects within the ICT function. Our recommendations were also shared with management, and they are centered around the swift response and movement in ensuring that the resolution is implemented, and action plans must be in place and tracked to ensure the activities that need to take place are taking place to be able to realize the strategic objectives on the Metro's ICT environment. And the council must have oversight over this process and monitor the implementation of this resolution. Moving to the next part of our audit, which deals with compliance, as highlighted that we had repeat findings. So on the next slide, you will see that various colors, the yellow being that it is a repeat finding, and then the red being that it is a new finding. And if you look at the movements, you will see that it shows a red arrow, meaning that there was a regression in this area. In the slide that Vanuja covered, you would have seen as well in terms of the number of findings that came through from the compliance area. So there were a number of repeat findings, meaning that the municipality is not dealing with what was reported previously, particularly around expenditure management and procurement and contract management. Linked to the above, the findings also on consequence management. There is slow response in the municipality dealing with this area where disciplinary proceedings are not being instituted by council, where reports have indicated financial misconduct of senior managers and also management not acting on reports that are proving financial misconduct of officials. I'm not going to go through each and every finding, but to highlight that we do have repeat findings. The numbers have increased around the areas that we looked at, and then our concern being around consequence management. You'll also see that there was also findings on environmental management, and later on you would see that previously we had also issued a material irregularity around this area, and also on the findings that are coming through from the work that we do on the value add also links to this particular area. And then in the following slide, looking at irregular expenditure. So this first slide looks at annual irregular expenditure. So this is irregular expenditure incurred within the year of 2022-2023. So the 2.4 billion is irregular expenditure incurred for the year 2022-2023. The root causes that we identified as resulting in this irregular expenditure, there are weaknesses in the internal controls within the SCM processes and SCM environments, and there's also a slow response to previous findings and consequence management for transgressions, and this further perpetuates the recurrence of this non-compliant. How then the irregular expenditure may be impacting the municipality? In the main, it is possible that there is a loss of funds where procurement is not done in a manner that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, or cost-effective. And also legislation that is also set to empower and contribute to such areas as local economic developments via the local content is also not being adhered to and having a greater impact on the economy. As you'd see that the main contributor to the irregular expenditure was the result of the non-compliance to the local content legislation for projects. In the following slide, we then look at the area of consequence management. So with the irregular expenditure having been reported over the years, how is the municipality, being management and council, dealing with the irregular expenditure that has been previously reported? As at the end of 2022-2023, 25% of what was sitting as irregular expenditure at the start of the financial year 2022-2023 had not been dealt with. We also note that there's a large amount that is being written off in terms of irregular expenditure. However, we note as well that there is currently no amounts that are in the process of recovery, as indicated in the slide that you are looking at. And also we saw on the findings on the compliance when I started the area of compliance on consequence management, disciplinary proceedings not being instituted where independent investigations have confirmed financial misconduct. And we also note some of the challenges in dealing with irregular expenditure have been cited as the delays in the initiation of the final investigations by council after there has been reports coming from the Financial Misconduct Board. I now move to the material irregularity section, where we are just going to report on the progress on this area, the material irregularity, just as a recap for council. In terms of what a material irregularity is, it is any non-compliance with legislation, any contravention of legislation, any fraud or theft, and any breach of fiduciary duty. And this we must have identified during an audit process, and it must result in a material financial loss, or misuse or loss of material public resource, or substantial harm to a public sector institution or the general public. And if the accounting officer or authority does not appropriately deal with the material irregularity, we then are mandated, or we are, in terms of our expanded mandate, it allows us to then refer the material irregularity to another public body for further investigation, or to recommend actions in the audit report, or to take binding remedial action for failure to implement recommendations, or to issue a certificate of debt for failure to implement remedial action where financial loss was involved. So this is the definition of a material irregularity. In this slide, I just want to highlight that in the various stages of the material irregularity process, council is expected to play a role in ensuring that the MIs are dealt with by the accounting officer and officials, and key is the monitoring of the progress in dealing with the MI through the various structures, such as MPAC or Audit Committee, and also ensuring that the control environment that the MI is geared towards dealing with is actually improved. In the following slide, we then just highlight on the left, you will see these are the MIs that have been issued to the municipality that are currently active. In terms of the observations from the MI process, we note that the management has successfully resolved one out of the seven MIs. And during the period, the accounting officer's response to the notifications and requests were slow. So we've had requests for extensions to our timelines, as it is a legislative process with timelines. We've had requests for extensions, and at times also we had insufficient responses that have been provided, where we've had to go back to ensure that the responses are complete. And then in the following slide, we just highlight and list the material irregularities that are currently active in the system. As indicated, one has already been resolved. So for council, really the recommendation is that there is the monitoring of the implementation of any remedial action that has taken against the set timelines by the accounting officer in order to address the material irregularity. Having shared then the outcomes for the 2022-2023 year, to council, we then look overall in terms what are some of the root causes that resulted in these material findings. We have been sharing them as we went throughout the presentation, but also the key root causes, the key recommendations, and also what we have received as commitment from the Honorable Mayor. In terms of the key root causes that we identified, or some of the root causes, we have already indicated that there were a number of repeat findings on the performance information and compliance to legislation. And also our findings on the value add work on infrastructure also brought material findings. And the root cause that we have assessed is that there's a lack of consequence management for poor performance reporting, project management, and transgression with key legislation. There's also a slow response in addressing the internal and external audit issues raised on the above matters. Also, the instability in the SAM units due to the ongoing investigations of employees in key positions has also led to the increase in the findings and also the repeat findings. Our key recommendations has been that there needs to be a tone set at the top where there's a shift in culture towards that of performance and accountability insofar as credible performance reporting is concerned, compliance to legislation, and also effective project management. We also recommended that the disciplinary boards are capacitated so that there's timely completion of investigation to financial misconduct, and to also ensure that any recommendations coming from there are also implemented. We have received a commitment from the Honorable Mayor, as indicated in the very last box in that slide, where he is committed to supporting the audit process and ensuring oversight over recurring issues to drive the municipality towards achieving a clean audit. He is also committed to consequence management over poor planning for projects, contract management and spending of budgets, and also designing and implementing processes and controls for addressing the intimidation threats emanating from the desired culture of high performance and enforcing compliance with legislation. So those were the commitments that we have received from the Honorable Mayor. Again, we just say that council should also, of course, then monitor these commitments on a regular basis in order to course correct where it is necessary. On the final slide, in terms of our call to action for council, is really about setting the tone at the very top in terms of shifting the culture to that of performance and ensuring that there is compliance with laws and regulations, intensify oversight on consequence management, and monitor the status of the MIs and implementation of remedial actions. We also are calling to council to improve oversight on the planning for and management of infrastructure assets to improve the provision of service delivery, and also to strengthen oversight on the implementation of the audit action plan and tracking of commitments made by key role players through MPAC, Mayor, City Manager, Internal Audit, and the Audit Committee. And we are saying that by working together and leveraging the strength of all the stakeholders, we can build resilient, responsive municipalities that deliver quality service and improve the lives of all our people. In this particular slide, we're just sharing in terms of material that is available on the various platforms. So in terms of the resources that are available, the MFMA General Report that was tabled on 31st of May 2023, covering the period up until the 30th of June 2022. Of course, we are still doing the reporting for the 2022-2023 to compile then the new general report, but we are just saying that there is resources that are available from the Auditor General. We've also issued a MI report looking at all the material irregularities for that we have issued as the AGSA, including for the Metro, and also we have resources in terms of preventative control guides that can be used by management and any members of council. With that, Honourable Speaker, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity that you've allowed us to present the outcomes for eThekwini Metro Municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mkize, for that presentation. Councillors, we are going to time you according to the time allocated to your political parties so that you engage on the presentation. For now, I will note hands of those who want to engage the report. The first in my list, I will start with Councillor Billy, followed by Councillor Mchetwa, then Councillor Ben would be number 3, Councillor Mia will be number 4, Councillor Mvubu, you are number 5, Councillor Nkosi will be number 6, Councillor Mwango will be number 7, Councillor Pillay, no, it's not Pillay, is it? Oh, ngisuthi ikamera ke manje, ngibona eSop. Mnqangu number 7, eh? Number 1. After Mnqangu is Councillor Isop. Then after Councillor Isop, I can see that my far right. Yeah, your councillor, then Councillor Pillay. After that, then there is Councillor Ngwengwe, followed by Councillor Kuzwayo. After Councillor Kuzwayo, we have the Mayor, Councillor Mxolisi Kaunda. In that order, Councillor Pillay.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you to the AG for the report. Speaker, I think as the DA, firstly, we want to express our concern at what seems to be a very disturbing report that's coming from the AG but also we take note that most of the issues that we have been raising for as long as we've been the main opposition in this council of consequence management, of unmonitored expenditure, particularly from the executive and the mayor. We see that the AG has clearly shown that what we've been speaking about is indeed a reality instead of the fantasy and the message that we've been getting from the mayor. Particularly on the irregular expenditure, which seems to have increased since 2019 up until this point in time. In fact, it has more than doubled, moving from 1.1 billion in 2019 to 2.4 billion in this report. That is a huge concern. It clearly shows that since the mayor took over in 2019, he has done absolutely nothing to attend to that. In fact, things have worsened under his leadership. And I'm worried that there are certain commitments which the AG mentions that the mayor has indicated to attend to. But the reality, AG, is that the mayor doesn't have the capacity to be able to do anything about this, because for this many years, these irregular expenditures have clearly doubled under his own watch. So we are quite worried about that commitment, which is clearly a fantasy of his own that he wants to commit to fixing this. And that is why we're excited about today and finally having an opportunity to get rid of him because he has failed.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Reid.
Speaker, just in terms of procedure, we have the AG office present. Let's not show our breed here now. We heard a presentation. It's now appropriate that we question and get clarity from the AG's office. And once they're gone, then we can start our performance. So please have some order, Speaker, yeah?
Thank you.
Let's not bend so low, our underwear starts to show.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. The intention by allowing councillors to engage the AG report is not to ask questions or to expect any responses from the AG. That is the intention. We are not engaging, we are not interrogating the presenter of the report. All right, because giving you this chance, you are making submissions, and those submissions are being recorded. At a relevant committees in particular time, they will be processed. Proceed, Councillor Bailey.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Order.
Speaker,
Councillor Kabena.
apologies. During the time that Councillor Reddy was speaking, the DA's time was running. Please can Secretariat check that?
No, let's allow my team to manage the issue of time. They will manage that.
Will
Councillor
they
Bailey, proceed.
compensate us for the lost time?
Bailey, proceed.
Speaker, I would like to maybe conclude to allow my colleagues to also have a say on this, but in all, we are saying that what the AG has reported here today, there is no way, unless there's something wrong in your head, that you think that everything is going right in this city. It proves exactly what we have been saying for many years, and there is just not a way that anyone would dispute. It's exactly in line with the sufferings of the people. It's exactly in line with what we've been seeing in this city happening, and that report clearly vindicates
Order,
us.
Speaker.
Point of order.
I am taking an insult from the councillor who's saying if we believe otherwise, something is wrong in our heads. It can't be correct, leader.
Yeah, no, that is correct. The point of order is sustained. Can you please, Councillor Bailey, withdraw that and proceed?
There is everything wrong with that report presented by the AG.
No, Billy, order, councillors. Oh, no shouting, no shouting, no shouting. There are rules that guide our proceeding. Let's have confidence in our rules. The rule says, if a point of order has been raised, and speaker must make a ruling. I therefore made a ruling that the point of order is sustained. I'm now asking Councillor Billy to withdraw that part, then proceed. Billy, withdraw.
I withdraw.
Thank you.
Thank you,
proceed.
I'm done, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mtetra.
Sorry, Speaker, point of order. Speaker, order, Speaker.
Yes?
Nangsita. Order, Speaker.
Councillor Mwanga.
Yeah, Speaker, just for clarity's sake, I'm confused by your response. We have AG here. As they are standing, I'm sure they are expecting us to ask some questions of clarity. Now, if you are saying we can just engage, but they won't respond, so why they are here? Because they are here so you can also listen to us, we can ask questions of clarity where we might not understood, further clarity, but we are saying they won't respond. So I'm trying to understand what exactly you want us to do. Because they must be able to give us clarity. That is why they are here.
Councillor Mwango, the point in my response to Councillor Reddy, when he raised that point of order, is that the expectation for allowing AG to present this presentation was not for them to respond in detail on all your issues, because other issues have to be processed by the city manager and his team. Other matters have to be processed by the mayor and relevant committees of council. That's what I was trying to say. I'm sure we are clear. Babu Mtetra?
Thank you, Speaker. Maybe taking from where Councillor Billy left off, I think before I ask questions of clarity, because I tend to do that, let me start by saying the Metro cannot celebrate unqualified audit opinion with findings. We can't celebrate that. We're a Metro, not some small municipality in the South Coast. This is the Metro. But my question of clarity would be to the AG. You have said that out of, with regards to material irregularities, out of 7, the Metro has only been able to resolve 1. Those that were not resolved, were they, any of them, were they repeat findings? If they were, in terms of your mandate and the power that you have, what would be, without usurping the powers of the council, but what would be, as an organ of state, your action step in terms of forcing the municipality to resolve those findings? But my question is, were any of those repeat findings? If they were, what is then, in terms of the powers, are you going to do as an action step? Secondly, you've highlighted a couple of times lack of consequence management. I think as councillors, that is the drum that we've been beating for years, as Councillor Pili has said. Again, I'm confident that you've been making these findings against the municipality for a number of years now regarding lack of consequence. What, in terms of your powers, are you going to do to force the municipality and the accounting officer to make sure that they implement consequence management?
Thank you very much. Before I take Councillor Ben, further to my response, Councillor, the AG findings, already there have been management response that have been prepared to respond on all issues that have to be responded to by relevant officers. They will respond to some specific issues. I just want councillors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is very specific to the AG staff. Did the Auditor General staff investigate the most prominent absurdity in the financial affairs of the municipality which is the history and the current circumstances regarding this municipality's biggest debt, which is well over 1.1 billion rand and increasing at about 30 million rand a month. And it's the debt of the operator of the municipality's bus service, Transnet. It's an issue which is subject to arbitration and has been for about 8 years. And Mr. Mayor refuses or neglects to inform councillors and the residents of the municipality what the status of the arbitration is. So my question to the AG staff is, did you actually notice that? 2, did you investigate? 3, what were your findings? And 4, what was your recommendation? So essentially it's the Transnet debt of, in November it was well over 1.1 billion and it's probably gone up by 30 million rand each month since then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pan. Councillor Mia.
Thank you, Chairperson of Council, Honorable Speaker, all protocol observed. Speaker, I would like to first thank the presenters from the Auditor General's office, and also I would like to applaud those officials who are committed, who have managed to produce this satisfactory report. We know there are some officials who really work hard while others are on holiday. So I don't think it's appropriate to throw the water with the baby. Those who are working hard, we know them who they are, and keep up the good work. Furthermore, I think when it says unqualified audit, it means it's satisfactory. In a layman's language, it means that you have a potential. But I think we need to work hard to move from having a potential to good to great. I therefore recommend to all of you in this house to go and read the book of Jim Collins, which titled Good to Great. I think you will improve if you read that book. Furthermore, there are areas of concerns that concerns us as the economic freedom fighters. Number one, the 56.3% of debt collection. I mean, why? We can't really get it. Why we are not collecting? We have asked this as economic freedom fighters that we need a list of companies, factories around Claywood, Jacobs, that are our customers who are not really paying. Officials are not responding to that, and we don't know why. So they are not part of those officials that I've spoken about. They are part of those who are on holiday. So this is our area of concern. We cannot really collect 56% of our debt, as well as creditors. I also don't understand, or rather we don't understand, why we have to pay late our creditors, because we are opening ourselves up for interest, which will result into fruitless expenditure. Why we are doing that when you have CFO in the office every day, when we have senior managers in the office every day? Why we can't pay our creditors on time? That is another concern. As I'm going to leave to my colleague to finish, centralization of ICT. Centralization of ICT, we have taken a resolution here. One area that was cited was Moses Mapida, that it should have an infrastructure that is in a world standard. But we haven't heard or seen anything reported around that issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mia. Councillor Mvubu? Oh, okay. Councillor Mvubu, you have exhausted.
No, Councillor Kluma, not
Oh, no. I'm saying to Councillor Mia, you have exhausted time allocated to the EFF. Let's move to Councillor Nkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to you. May I then, on behalf of the IFP, start by apologizing that we have arrived late. It's due to the ESCO that took place in the morning. Colleagues, officials, and also members of the public and media. Well, thank you, Office of the AG, by giving the mayor the mirror, because when you spoke of from 2019 irregular expenditure, the mayor will then realize that it's during his time when he took over from this municipality. I do remember when he came in, he promised so many wonders that he's going to fix things. But unfortunately, we are here now. I wanted to check from the AG office your powers. When the mayor made commitment and he fails, what are your powers with regards to that one? Number two, the issue of consequence management. When you read section 52, especially on B, that talks about the responsibilities of the mayor, especially to monitor whether the city manager is doing his work or not. Mayor failed. That's why we have landed in this situation. There are no consequence management. I also again wanted to check your powers with regards to that, because you keep on coming here saying one and the same thing, but there is no improvement. Instead, it's getting worse and worse. Now, you talk about so many things. You visit water. We are now sitting on 58%, 58.2% on water loss. We are going to reach 80% or 100% very soon. There is nothing that has been done. I just need to check from the office of the AG. In the situation
Your
of
time,
eThekwini,
the time has expired.
how do you deal with this situation? Thank you.
Councillor Mwango.
My time added, Chair. Speaker, my time should be added. I've got 5 minutes from other parties.
Umosha isikhathi sakho njalo.
Ngifuna sibe clear kuqatshiwe clear.
5 minutes. Yes, I can confirm that we have received a donation of minutes from other parties to the speaker, of which the speaker have 5 minutes. Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I think firstly, this term of unqualified audit sometimes can be misleading. We may need to look at it for future, because AG, as you opened up your presentation, you had the clap of hands. What's happening right now? You have councillors clapping before even listening how damning this report is, just because it's unqualified audit. The mayor will be buying a lot of slots on radios, praising this unqualified audit, which is really nonsensical if you look at what's happening in this municipality. We are really in a bad state. It's only how a CFO present our financial reports, or go deep to say how bad is the situation in terms of your opinion, because honestly, this report shows the bad financial management in this municipality, lack of consequence management, and really financial misconduct, and we're still clapping hands. We can't be sitting here writing off 3.6 billion rand, and we clap hands as if everything is okay in the municipality. Now, water loss of 58%, the revenue which should have been collected. Now, again, we're going to clap hands and not talk about the serious issues. And if you look at any municipality, AG, but to come, we hear 3.9% spend on repairs and maintenance. That's a very serious issue. You have the challenge where 3.9% is spent. It just says there is no leadership. We're on autopilot as a city. That's a reality. Now, I want to come to the issue you raised, AG, about improving oversight. Because while well and good, but you have a situation doing oversight, what can you do as AG? What can you advise the municipality? Is there any legal option we can take? Because you emphasize oversight on infrastructure, but the same mayor in front of you is telling us we are not allowed to do oversight. There must be security on this project, even if, like, the major issue, that's where the problem are, and you're highlighting these issues, which shows lack of maintenance there. and also inadequate, that means which also lead to pollution of environment. I understand where you come from. We want to do here, but how do we do that if you've got the mayor discussing with city manager saying we mustn't be allowed to do oversight? You know, we've got councils do oversight, they'll be chased away by security, by this mayor in front of you. But I would also want to understand in terms of management responses, because whenever we there's always a blame game. Is there where in your response, in their responses, they blame EFF? Because in our council meeting, we covered issues of maintenance in the city, they will blame EFF to say it's portfolio under EFF, are not taking a blame. When I understand if their response does also reflect to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mwango. Councillor Isop.
Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, the ACDP welcomes the report. It is not the first time that you are presenting such a concerning report. And as we mentioned previously, this report actually is a true reflection of why we find people burning tires, why we find mass protests across the city. It is because this mayor has promised you year in, year out that he's going to resolve all the failed audits and he's going to comply. To date, he has not complied. He's failed you, he's failed the residents of eThekwini, he's failed these councillors because most officials are scared to actually work with opposition parties to fix the problem. And so we want to ask you, Auditor General, as you have presented once again, you have the powers to hold this mayor to account. Use your powers and ensure that he is one that is brought to book for all the corruption and the failure in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isop. Councillor Pillay. Order, councillors.
Sorry, it's Councillor van der Rys.
Before you proceed, Councillor Pillay, I want to remind you that you are still expected to be orderly, conduct yourself in a dignified manner, please. Councillor Pillay, there's a problem here.
Sorry, Speaker, it's Councillor van der Rys from the Freedom Front before Councillor Pillay.
Yeah, no, we'll start with Councillor Pillay, they will come after. Pillay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the AG's report today. And it speaks about the truth, it reveals the stark reality that is occurring in our city. And I want to also clear the air in terms of how our city is run. Our city is run by the Executive Committee. The Executive Committee comprises of ANC, DA, EFF, and the IFP. And the mayor is the chairperson of the Executive Committee. So if there's if there's anything that goes wrong in the city, the Executive Committee must take absolute blame for these
Order, Councillor Pillay. Councillors, when other speakers were addressing council, they were respected. Everyone was quiet. If you are offended by any statement by a councillor on the floor, bring that to the attention of the speaker. Don't be destructive, don't make noise, because that is disrespectful to a councillor and to council. I'm appealing, councillors, that you conduct yourself in an orderly manner. No gestures, no disruption, no noise. Councillor Pillay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The DLC
Speaker.
has issues
Speaker.
when the AG...
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the speaker on the floor is misleading this House. EXCO is not the highest decision-making body. This council is. EXCO only makes recommendations to this House. So EXCO does not run this
Point of order,
municipality.
that's misleading.
There cannot be a point of order on the
There
cannot be a point of order on the
Councillor Kavenda.
The speaker must go and read the Structures Act.
Order. Order, councillors. Your point of order, Councillor Kavenda, is overruled. Councillor Pillay. Councillor Pillay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The DLC has problems in terms of repeated findings, in terms of SCM processes of which management ignores, and in respect of irregular expenditure whereby weaknesses are found in terms of internal control, lack of weaknesses of the internal controls, and
Your
lack of
time has expired. Your time has expired. Councillors, I will continue to make an appeal. Don't shout to your fellow councillor, don't make noise, gestures. That is in breach of the code of conduct. We told you about this code of conduct. When a councillor is on the floor, no gestures, no shouting, no disruption. Let's be orderly. Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, AG. Regarding your call to the Council to have oversight, you cited the ICT environment, information and communication technology. I find there is a project transparency shortfall. The municipality and National Treasury website have huge shortfalls. Where can we access this information? Then number two, you cited wasteful expenditure due to non-transparency and cost effectiveness in local content for projects. Do you look into shell companies for awarded tenders and projects, and how many levels down? In October, eThekwini proudly announced 1.4 billion tenders that were awarded to 95 black economic empowerment companies. But I find people telling me that 7 levels down, they are the actual guys that do the job, the rest are shell companies. Do you guys look into this? And number three, wasteful expenditure increased to 2.4 billion from 770 million in 2020. Are you going to, and we're going to borrow another 1.5 billion this year to pay off over 15 years. Do you guys monitor this lending? And then I just want to thank you for your good work.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mwengwe.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome the report by the AG's office, but I will further engage what is said by Councillor Mngwango. When the AG give us a report about irregular expenditure, there is no mention of value for money on project that has implemented. As we speak, they made mention of the local content contributing to our irregular expenditure. But the AG's office is not telling this House and the people of eThekwini that the reason eThekwini has increased on irregular expenditure is because they continue with the services but not following the local content or not complying with the local content. Number two, I just want to make mention or to remind councillors that eThekwini municipality, it's a rural metro. As a result, we are supplying water in eThekwini through water tankers, rural areas, traditional areas where people are not paying, but eThekwini is taking care of that. As a result, I think as eThekwini, in particular, water and sanitation, we need to account to the auditor to say how much water that we are spending, because we might continue saying there is non-revenue water on the other side. We are taking the water to our communities. Having said that, Somlomo, we appreciate the opportunity that we are given as this council through our clusters to do oversight, and will continue doing oversight. As the ANC, we welcome the reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kuzwayo.
Ngibonge Somlomo. Ngithobeke kundaba ezitha uXimba kanye nondaba ezitha uGidela abahleze behlonipha lo mhlangano ngokuthi bezoba ingcenye yawo Speaker. Siyabonga kakhulu African National Congress ukwenza lokho kwamakhosi asiphethe lapha eThekwini. ngiyabingelela ke kuwona wonke amakhansela neyihambeli zethu ekhona phakathi kwethu. Siyawamukela umbono kaMcwaningi Mabhuku jikelele njengoba esesithulele wona. Singnote ukuthi iTheku like labhekana nezimo zokuguquguquka kwezulu eseyibangela ukuthi kube khona ama disasters esingeke sithi natural, because ngeke speaker uthi ku natural ukuthi we had floods in 2019, we had floods in 2022, we had floods again this year. That cannot be, can never be natural disasters. This is becoming unnatural. But over and above that, we are able to see totally outcome that is unqualified. Ngiyezwa koza kwethu bekhuluma la ukuthi secretly they are wishing this was a disclaimer ngendlela sebememeza ngayo. This is bad, this is bad. Shuthi ama auditor kahle kahle ilawa sihlezi nawo la endlini, hayi lawo wabizile speaker ukuthi azosethwele umbono, ngoba umbono ngazi ukuthi wona obalekile ilo khishwa ibona, kodwa abantu kuyibona bayele esikoleni lento nabanikezwe igunya umthetho ukuthi besitshele ngayo bashenye into ephambene nale issue la. Kodwa ke sikushilo ke lokho, we want to commend ukusebenza kwama officials ethu, especially because ET audit outcome, there was credible and quality financial statements. Ngibona ngathi akuzwakalanga lokho. Credible and quality financial statements. Okusho ukuthi umsebenzi owenziwayo lapha ka finance wethu usezingeni eliphezulu kakhulu. So ke siyakwamukela lokho, but also we welcome the recommendations that enjoin this council to take responsibility in ensuring that our commitments made by our mayor and our officials are obviously going to be followed up upon to improve the performance of this municipality. Indeed, somlomo, we responsibility to sonke la esihlezi la ukuthi siqinisekise ukuthi lo masipala wenza kangcono. Ngiyazi ukuthi abafowethu laba ngaphesheya i-Protest Alliance ifisa nje sengazi ukuthi umasipala ungayenze neze kahle. Yabona nje ukuthi umasipala ubhekene necrisis bajabula kabi, kanti fanele ngabe nawo ba concerned because it is their city, they are residents in this city.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kawunda.
Point of clarity, Speaker.
Point of order?
No, it's a point of clarity, Speaker.
Point of clarity, right?
The previous speaker spoke about a protest alliance. Maybe if you can just clarify what that is.
Come again?
Come again? Ukansela Ukuzwayo ukhuluma nge-protest alliance. I'm not sure whether it's represented here or maybe if you can just tell us ukuthi yini protest alliance.
Okay, okay. Order.
If you could allow him, Speaker, to maybe explain.
Order, councillors, Councillor Kuzwa, can you clarify that?
No, Speaker.
Order.
Speaker, i-Protest Alliance ilaba kade beshaya ama-selfie lapha nama-protesters ngaphandle. Bazazi ke bahlezi la.
Oh, there's a okay. Councillor Kawunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to amakhosi asendlunkulu namakhansela zonke. Let's start by welcoming the audit outcome that we have received, which is good. It's a very good audit outcome. I'm sure we were all shown the categories. There's disclaimer, there's adverse, there's unqualified with matters, there's unqualified without matters. So if you need a workshop from Auditor General to explain what unqualified opinion means, let us organize a workshop, Honorable Speaker, so that councillors will understand exactly what these opinions means. This is a good report. Yes, it is a good report. But the matters, Honorable Speaker.
Order, councillors.
Honorable Speaker, I did not disturb the supporters of apartheid Israel when they were speaking. So I just kept quiet. The supporters of apartheid Israel seated there, I did not disturb them. So they mustn't disturb me. So let me start by, the opinion that we received, Honorable Speaker, we received it under difficult conditions. We received this opinion after this country had experienced lockdown in 2020 because of COVID-19, 2021, the following year, civil unrest, 2022, severe floods, 2023, another floods and tornado. So it tells you that this municipality, against all odds, it is resilient, it is really implementing what the residents of the city expect from it, but there are challenges, of course, which we can't hide. Honorable Speaker, I'm talking about this because I would like to challenge all of us as councillors to call National Treasury and come and present in this full council and tell you which are the most financially stable municipalities in the country. You'll be surprised. National Treasury must be called here so that you understand even the municipalities that you claim that they perform well, you'll be surprised on that day that this city, in terms of financial sustainability, this city is taking good care in terms of finances and its sustainability. But our audit opinion is a different one than other municipalities that claims to be better than us. Why I'm raising that, and I want to qualify this. This unqualified audit opinion, if you look at service delivery, how many roads do we construct each and financial year of this municipality, and compare us with other cities, it will tell you that this municipality is not just looking for just clean audit, but we are actually responding to the issues of service delivery. Of course, there are challenges. Honorable Speaker, I also want to raise the issue that is very critical. As a mayor, I haven't taken a decision to stop members of opposition parties to conduct oversight. But what we've been observing is not oversight, it's anarchy. Where you wake up early in the morning, there's not even a senior official in that spot where you are visiting. You don't inform anyone, you bring cameras there. That is not oversight, that is anarchy. Oversight is where you prepare yourself, then you respect the protocols, because the code of conduct of councillors does not give you the right to engage junior staff members as councillors. You are not allowed. The code of conduct, you must go and read it. You don't engage junior staff members as councillors, because there are protocols here in terms of administration that at this level of councillors, these are the officials that you can engage with in terms of conducting your own oversight. So that is not oversight, it's anarchy. It's what people, they want to be seen as if they are working. Whilst on the ground, I was in Phoenix and Verulam last weekend. The community complained to me as a mayor that the information you are giving us, our councillors are not convening public meetings. They are just seated here taking photos. They are not convening public meetings. They are not accounting to the residents. They are not even accounting to the residents who elected them. I was there with them. They were wearing their DA t-shirts there. They were told in front of me that they are not servicing their communities. So, Honorable Speaker, we have responded on the issues. We have put the turnaround plan to turn things around, but it is a process.
Point of order, Speaker.
It is a process.
Order, Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order, Councillor Mwango.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Speaker,
Order.
I've got a code of conduct for councillors. Can the mayor refer me to the section that says councillors can't engage with junior staff? Because she is here. Can she refer to me exactly where in the code of conduct?
He's spending my time. I'll
No,
organize
just-
a
just-
workshop for
no.
him.
Order,
You said code of conduct. I've got it here.
Order.
No, Speaker, I've got it here with me.
Order. The point of order, Councillor Mwango, is overruled.
No, Speaker, no, but
That is a
Speaker, please
debate.
say-
Councillor
No,
Mchetra.
but Speaker-
He's fixing my debate time.
Order. Councillor Kaunda, please, behave. Point of order, Mchetra.
Behave, Kaunda. No, Speaker, Umnwango read my
The
mind.
mayor is lying.
Because you see, it's a pity that we are having this discussion in the presence of the Auditor General.
Raise your point of order, don't
My
debate.
point of order is that the mayor is misleading council. There is no way in the rules where it says councillors cannot engage any official of this municipality.
Councillor Mchetra,
He must withdraw from
you,
the chambers. and
those are
leave
point for
validity.
debate, not for point of order. Proceed,
it's not.
Councillor Kauna, our mayor.
Mr. Muscobe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for protecting me from the supporters of apartheid Israel. Let me continue.
Unamanga.
We want to give an assurance. In the workshop, we'll explain what councillors are requesting further. So we want to give an assurance to the residents of this city that the issues that Auditor
Lying.
General have raised on the expenditure patterns, and I also want to request you, Honorable Speaker, to call the Human
Order,
Settlement
order,
Department.
order.
Zambia.
Councillor- The mayor, councillors, please. I don't want to name and shame for now. It's still early in the year. It's our first council meeting. Please, don't be destructive. Can you please listen to the mayor? If you disagree with some of his statement, at your level as co-members, you can engage him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of clarity, elucidation, if I may, please.
Councillor ready?
Mr. Speaker, I just seek clarity from the mayor. He made a very important point, which is something we've observed as well, that the councillors of the DA in Phoenix are not engaging with their communities.
On a point of
That's
order.
not, that's not a point of clarity in the debate.
I noticed that the
Order,
DA
order, that's not a point of
to that.
clarity.
So
You
when
are
trying to
out of order,
that
Councillor
is what
Reddy.
the mayor said, because it is
Proceed.
It is
Mayor.
absolutely true.
Thank
Some
you.
DA ward
Thank
councillors
you,
are doing a
Honorable
great
Speaker.
job. In
Proceed.
Phoenix, they are not.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, so that I can be recorded here in this house on what I've committed to do. The Department of Human Settlement National called all of us as metros in this country last week. They presented a report on the expenditure on the grants. The city that is leading all of us in the country is Buffalo City, which is led by the African National Congress. The second city in terms of expenditure patterns is eThekwini, that is led by African National Congress. Your Cape Town is around there 4 and number 5. So, because you must know all these facts. Because at the end of the day, if you say I come here and tell lies, call these departments, they give you factual information on how this city is performing. But of course, Honorable Speaker, we have challenges of water, which we are going to be explaining in today's meeting. How are we intervening to resolve those challenges? We have challenges in terms of our waste water treatment plants, which we have already put implementation plans in place as we speak. We have already introduced Hammersdale, where we'll be spending more than 260 million rand
ask a question
to
of clarity,
rehabilitate
Baba.
that plant.
Where's the question?
And we have also committed, Honorable Speaker, that the Northern Works, which is giving us a lot of trouble in this city, will be attended this week. The company is starting to work in that plant. So it shows that there is work that is being done. Of course, there are challenges. We acknowledge them. We don't mask our
The mayor must
challenges,
give us-
but we don't also claim easy victories. But we are on the ground to resolve the matters that are troubling our communities. Of course, it is a process, and we've been attacked by these floods. Thank you.
Time.
Thank you, Councillor Kaunda, the mayor. I will now allow the delegation from AG to make remarks and respond where they feel that they can respond. Some of the question posed, they might not respond because they need a political process of which there are relevant committees to do that. Can you respond? Then we close this item.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you for the questions and the comments. A lot of the questions centred around the enhanced powers, that is, in relation to the material irregularities. It's important to understand that, you know, there is a methodology around that. Firstly, there has to be a non-compliance. There must be fraud, theft, breach of fiduciary duty, and what must be the end result of that? We must be able to see a likely or a financial loss. There must be misuse or loss, as well as general harm to the public. What we do is that we issue a MI to the accounting officer, we give them time to respond. Just like an audit process, you have time to respond. We assess the response. If it's adequate, we believe that we are resolving it, then your opportunity has been given and it comes out of the system as it gets resolved. As Norma explained, one was resolved. Then if you are not satisfied with the accounting officer's response, you can provide additional responses, or alternatively, we may say this is going nowhere and we have to probably take another action, issue remedial action, or alternatively, even refer it to public bodies for investigation. And if all that fails, then the last resort. So you can see that it's not punitive. We work with the leadership to say you've got an opportunity to do what you were meant to do in the first place. And the last opportunity we do is we issue a certificate of debt. There were 7 MIs that were issued. 1 has been resolved. There are 6 in progress. You will see that on the slides there is a table. There are a few under review to see whether we need to take further action or the next action, and we are also assessing responses that we have received. The question on the bus operators, we do not perform an investigation. Our role for today was we performed a regularity audit. We would have audited material items. Material items would have been in the report that you've seen today. If there are internal control deficiencies in other projects that we have visited, we also look at the different projects every year. You will see that we showcase at least 3 projects today that we've been to elaborate the findings that come off it. The details of those internal control deficiencies, together with recommendations, are included in the management report. The question regarding the water losses, indeed, it is concerning. It has been escalating year on year, up to just over 58%. Essentially, with all of these findings and all these areas of concern that we highlight, what is expected is that there should be an action plan. Some of it is easy. They get resolved within a shorter period of time. Some of them are complicated. They will take a period of time, but you have to have a plan to know how you're going to respond to it. You also have to measure the milestones, because you have to see how you're progressing against that plan. More importantly, having a plan is one thing, progress is another, and it has to be monitored, and we need to be satisfied that we are indeed making progress on these matters. Last year, you left me with a question to say, what is it as councillors can we do? And you will see that I responded by the last slide, call to action specifically to the councillors in terms of your role and what you can do. And you will also see in my introduction remarks, I spoke a lot about the accountability ecosystem. Certainly not an individual responsibility, it's a collection, a network of different stakeholders. I elaborated that each one of us have a unique role to play based on our mandates, based on our roles and responsibilities. We have to understand what our roles and responsibilities are when we occupy these roles. Certainly, we have to work. You will see that if one collapses, one does not fulfill the responsibilities, then the chain starts weakening. So if each of us bring to the table what we were meant to do in the first place, which whether it's either our roles and responsibilities, whether we mandate to do such, you will see that there will indeed be progress. It can never be just one individual or one role.
As you conclude, ma'am.
Is my time up?
No. We have taken long to your presentation in debate. I've got long other items that I must
I'm
present
concluding.
here.
That's the last one. Thank you so much. And so essentially our message is that if all roles and responsibilities from the various parties in the accountability ecosystem is fulfilled, indeed we will see progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Any addition, Mr. Mkhize? We are covered. Thank you very much to the AG team for the presentation. Thank you very much to all councillors who have engaged on this report. I do want to mention that council expect that the mayor and the members of the executive working with the city manager they address some of the concerning issues raised by IGAG. While we appreciate the work that has been done, where we've performed well, we also want to thank all our team and encourage them to keep it up, and also to make sure that we avoid repeat findings when it comes to January next year. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you very much, AG. Let me now present the Speaker's report. Because of time, we have got the copies. I will only start on page 2, where I will deal with the update on the alleged breaches in terms of the Schedule 7, Code of Conduct for councillors.
Speaker,
I want to start
Speaker, can we take the report as read, including the beaches as well?
Which report?
Your report.
No. We can't. The report is. No, the report is presented in terms of the rules of council. We have to do it because these are important activities. We'll start on page 2.
Speaker.
Where we start by noting that council will recall that.
Speaker on your left.
Yes.
Am I acknowledged?
Yes, come.
Thank you, sir. Sir, with regards to the rules of order, you've made clear on previous occasions that nobody can just call out speaker, and you acknowledge them. They have to raise their board, you acknowledge them, then they speak. Please allow that to continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now,
we are starting on page 2. Council will recall that at the last meeting on the 11th of December, the matter pertaining to the conduct of economic freedom fighters, councillors, at a meeting held. Councillor Kavena?
Speaker, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there have been 2 councillors, including the mayor, that just left the meeting, but the numbers have not changed. Now, is Secretariat battling today because now this is the 2nd infringement?
Okay. The Secretary with that. At a meeting held on the 31st of October 2023, and that the ANC councillors at a meeting held on the 15th of August 2023 was reported. It was indicated that the Speaker was investigating the above mentioned incidents or matters pertaining to the said councillors' code of conduct during the 2 respective council meetings. It was further reported that the Speaker had addressed the matter through Section 15 of the Code of Conduct for Councillors, giving the implicated councillors an opportunity to respond in writing on the allegation raised. Responses therefore were received accordingly and have been considered. Implicated councillors, a total of 104 ANC and 18 EFF, showed remorse for their behavior and further apologized accordingly. Having considered the submission made, all the 122 councillors, both the ANC and the EFF, were indeed found guilty of breaching the code of conduct for councillors and were sanctioned with formal warnings. This matter is reported in compliance with Section 15, subsection 1C of the Code of Conduct for councillors, which requires that once the Speaker has investigated facts and circumstances of the alleged breach and given a councillor a reasonable opportunity to reply in writing regarding the alleged breach, the matter be reported accordingly to a meeting of the municipal council. The outcome of the above mentioned investigations will also be reported accordingly to the MEC KZN COCTA. On community engagement and ward committees, Council will note that from the 12th of December 2023 to the 12th of January 2024, the council was on recess, and ward committees, as part of council committees, were also on recess, in line with the rules and regulations of their operations. Given the above-mentioned council recesses, to date, there are currently 5 wards that have held and reported on community engagement held. Councillors are, however, reminded to continuously hold the required stakeholder engagements. Council to note that Q2, which is from October to December 2023, Ward Committee Functionality Assessment shall be conducted by COCTA on the 7th of March 2024. Ward councillors to note that the Ward Committee support team will be going around consulting in preparation for the said assessment and confirming relevant documents required for the assessment and verification process by COCTA. As part of ongoing Ward Committee interventions, a councillors' workshop is being convened to address water committee operational matters and address ward-based service delivery matters. After finalizing the logistics for the said workshop for councillors, they will be advised accordingly. The last point on the composition of the municipal council. Council will recall that at the last meeting it was reported that the municipal council had a vacancy in Ward 101 where Councillor Zimoni Ngiba from the ANC was removed from office. A by-election was scheduled for the 13th of December 2023, and it is pleasing to report to Council that the vacancy in the said ward was indeed filled with Councillor Simpiwe Kanyile from the ANC. I want to officially welcome Councillor Kanyile from Ward 101. Council to note that currently the municipal council is fully constituted with 222 members, there being no vacancies as we are sitting here. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Apologies for that. I will now request the city manager to read the leave of absence. Councillor Mtetwa. Can you please fix the microphones? Or maybe you provide us with a roving mic in the meantime while you are fixing the microphone so that you don't waste time.
Yazoke Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Mtetwa.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a question of clarity on your report, please. With regards to the councillors that were supposedly sanctioned, it doesn't say anywhere here that they were referred to the Ethics Committee. In the absence of that referral to the Ethics Committee, who found them guilty and who sanctioned them? If they were referred to the Ethics Committee and the Ethics Committee found them guilty, why is this coming as your report? Why is it not coming as the Ethics report? If you can clear that, Chair.
Thank you. In terms of our code of conduct, the Speaker have got those powers. It's the Speaker who have found them guilty. Hence, the Speaker is reporting. Read carefully Schedule 7 of the Structures Act. Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Let's proceed.
Speaker.
City Manager.
Speaker. Sorry,
Speaker.
Sorry.
Speaker.
was Speaker. Order.
Speaker. Order, Speaker.
Some law.
Order, Speaker.
Yes, point of order, Mngongo.
Speaker, I hear your response. Can I request that, because you are saying they show remorse, if they can also apologize on record, just one each caucus leader, okay, just for record purposes for us, because we are the one.
Order.
We apologize.
Order, point of order, Mngongo overruled. There's a hand there.
How?
Should sorry.
Mngongo,
We apologize.
Mngongo, keep quiet, please.
How?
There's a hand there.
Sir, speak.
Order, councillors, order.
Bengicela somlomo silungisela u1.2.3 ku report yakho la othi khona 104 ANC councillors. From what I knew, ANC has got 95 councillors kule seat. Ngoba lento eyinambi isihlezi izosiqhatha. Angibazi laba abanye ubathatha ku.
That was the total of all councillors. City Manager.
Speaker.
Councillors, let's not waste time. Please behave, listen. When you are noting hands, please behave. Councillor Mvubu?
No, thanks, Speaker. It's Councillor Kruma.
Oh, no, sorry.
Yes. No, Speaker, in our last council, previous council, there was a motion if I were Action SA with regards in sourcing of security guards. Then as an EFF...
No, you're out of order. You're out of order.
Then, Speaker, I'm not out of order.
No, you're out of order.
Speaker, in that motion...
You can't raise something that is not in my report.
No, Speaker. Speaker, in that
No.
motion...
Keep quiet.
We
Lower your
amended.
hands.
Just listen, Speaker.
No.
We amended.
No.
Speaker, we
You see-
amended. We
No,
amended.
no. Listen.
No, Speaker.
Listen.
listen.
Kolo, listen.
Speaker.
Listen. When I talk, you must listen. Listen.
Ngiqede, Speaker.
Listen. You can't ask questions
No, Speaker.
on something not is included in my report.
Kasifuni response.
No.
There was a timeline. There was a time
No.
frame. There was a time
Councillor
was given.
Order. City Manager.
Speaker, there was a time frame.
City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Councillor SM Kize
Somlo.
is
Speaker.
indisposed from the
Somlo.
27th of the 1st
Somlo.
to the 1st of the
I
2nd.
can't hear.
Councillor.
Who's that?
Somlo.
Order. Who's that? Councillor Kwala?
Somlomo le ngisho ngicela uyithathe nje serious.
I responded.
No,
Councillor.
awisothile. 104 no 18 we-EFF uyiclarifyile la.
Okay.
Ngithi mina my concern i-EFF le othi u18 it's fine. But i-ANC ayikho 104 kwi-seat.
That is fine. The tapping area to be corrected. City Manager.
Councillor SM Kize indisposed from the
point of
27th
order,
of the
Speaker.
1st to the 1st of
Point of order, Councillor Mthethwa.
2nd, 2024.
City Manager. Produce.
Councillor NL Mkize.
Order. Kancane, City Manager. Let me check this point of order.
Ibambe kancane, City Manager. Mr. Speaker,
Councillor Mthethwa.
yes. Mr.
We are
Speaker,
going to forfeit. Listen. You are going to forfeit your time to speak if you disrespect any official here by raising your hand. That is in breach of the code of conduct. No gestures are allowed in council.
Engathi usuyayikhandela le code of conduct. Usuhamba ufaka
Hey,
nezinto.
Councillor Mcheto, you forfeit your right. Proceed, Councillor.
Point
Manager.
of order, Speaker.
Councillor
Please,
NL
point
Mkhize.
of order, point of order.
Not available
Mr.
today
Speaker.
due to personal
Mr.
commitments.
Mr. Speaker,
Order,
point of order, Mr.
Councillor
Speaker.
L. Jim Tembu.
Point of order,
Not available on the 29th of the 1st
point
to the
of
31st
order.
of
Humble
the
request,
1st
Speaker.
due to personal
Point of
commitments.
order. Point of order,
Councillor
Mr. Speaker.
N.Y.
Oh,
Young,
Lord.
not available
Point of order,
today, indisposed.
Speaker. Order,
Councillor
point of order.
S.V. De Boer,
Point of order,
not
Mr. Speaker.
available on the 29th of the 1st to the
Point
3rd
of
of the
order,
2nd,
order,
indisposed.
order,
Point of
Can-
order, councillors.
Mr.
Councillor
Speaker,
Z.
the-
Zanibe.
City Manager, order, Councillor Reddy.
Mr. Speaker, the interpretation is
Councillors,
not,
can you please listen?
the interpretation is not interpreting. I can't hear, the people are speaking in a language I can't understand. It's not being interpreted. Can
Thank
somebody
you.
check on
Thank
that,
you.
please?
We'll address that. City Manager, proceed with the leave of absent. Please, councillors, be quiet.
Councillor Z. Zanibe, not available on the 22nd of the 1st to the 16th of the 2nd, indisposed. Councillor A.M. Madlala, not available on the 31st of the 1st, indisposed. Councillor J. Esop, to leave at 1:15 due to personal commitments. Councillor T. Biela, not available on the 31st of the 1st of 2024 due to personal commitments. Councillor M. B. Mjadu, not available on the 30th to the 31st of the 1st, 2024 due to personal commitments. Councillor N. Mkhize, not available from the 30th to the 31st of the 1st, 2024, indisposed. Councillor M. F. Ndlovu, not available on the 31st of the 1st, 2024, indisposed. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, City Manager. Councillors, are the leave of absence approved?
Agreed.
Thank you very much.
Order, Speaker.
Anyone to declare
Speaker.
interest?
Speaker, order, Speaker.
Anyone to declare interest?
Speaker.
Order,
Okay, let
Speaker.
me check. There's a hand there. Yes, Councillor.
No, Speaker, MA Madlalo usefike.
Opinde?
MA Madlalo khona.
Omadlala is calling. Let's correct that. Yes, all right. Thank you, councillors, to bring that to our attention. Councillor Mwango.
No, Order Speaker, I wanted to echo what EFF is saying. I think they have a right to ask those questions. There was a motion passed with a time frame, so you must able to report
Point of
back.
order, Speaker.
We wrote to the manager. We need to know
Order.
how far is it in sourcing.
Point
Because
of
it's council
order.
decision.
Order.
We can't deviate from
Order.
council decision.
Order.
So a time frame
Order.
of
Councillor
must
Mwango.
be given
Order.
3 months.
Order. Councillor Mwango.
Now,
Councillor
but
Mwango.
saying-
Councillor Mwango, when I speak, you must stop addressing council. You see, what we are trying to do with Councillor Xolo, Xuma, I'm sorry, you are being opportunistic. Because I allowed you an opportunity to ask questions based on what is contained in the Speaker's report. Now, to raise matters that are not in the Speaker's report, that is not acceptable. Those questions, you can ask the city manager direct or members of the executive. We can't speak on those matters as council till we receive a report from the executive committee. Therefore, councillors, don't be opportunistic, raise issues which you have the right to raise in
Speaker,
correct platforms.
But Speaker.
No. You see,
Speaker,
Xuma,
3 months
Xuma.
kade waphela,
Xuma,
Speaker.
Xuma,
The time
Xuma,
frame was 3
Xuma,
months.
Xuma.
3 months kade waphela.
Xuma.
We need that report.
Councillor Xuma.
We need that report. 3 months
Councillor
kade
Xuma.
waphela.
Councillor Xuma. Councillors, listen. There's no need to be emotional, no need to shout. No need to shout, no need to be emotional. Let's follow the procedures.
Speaker.
Councillor Ntuli, your post of order.
Speaker. Point of
Ngibonga
order.
Speaker. Into ebengifisa ukuthi ngilekelele ngawo umhlangano engize kona ngiphume ekhaya ngikwazi. Usi declaration of interest la. Ayikho enye item esikhulumayo ndifanele sivume ukuthi umhlangano uzoqhubeka ke sikhulume kuma item alethwe before thina ngiyabonga
I-MK inenkinga
Thank you. Anyone to declare interest?
Speaker. On the point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Let's move to the confirmation of minutes.
On the point of order.
Let's move to the confirmation of minutes.
On the point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Speaker, point of order.
Councillors,
order.
listen. Point of order, Councillor Mia.
A point of order is, Speaker, maybe this will assist the whole council. Maybe you can assist us as well.
Yeah.
What informs your report? Because I think what my colleague is asking here is legitimate. To say, if there are time frames, then obviously that thing, it means it needs to be attended to within that time frame. So what informs your report, or your reports are just based on your discretion as a chairperson of this council? Maybe just assist us around there. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Mia, I'm allowing this because I want to empower you. I want to empower you. The report from the Speaker will report on activities of council. Report that you are demanding me to respond on, I don't have those reports. And I can't allow the mayor or the city manager or members of the executive to talk on the report that has not been tabled in council. Reports that are being discussed here are reports that are contained in the agenda.
Speaker.
If councillors have concerns that there are such proposals that were made, what I'm saying is a guidance to you. You can raise those matters outside of this platform with the city manager or the members of the executive, but not with the Speaker, because here my response is informed by what is contained in the agenda.
Speaker.
Thank you. Let's go to the minutes.
Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Let's
Speaker.
go to minutes. Point of
Speaker.
order. Councillor Kubheka.
Speaker, as the Action SA, we did write a letter to the city manager, but we did not get any response.
But you can't report that to me.
Then
You
when-
don't report that to
then
council.
when should we-
No, Bheka, you're out of order. Councillor Nxumalo.
It's a problem. If you can't make it to you.
Order. Councillor Nxumalo.
Uma wena ungafuna usilalela, who else?
Order. Nxumalo.
No, Speaker, you are wrong.
No, thank you very
We
much,
cannot be
Speaker.
bullied here. We are here to work.
Thank you, Speaker. I think, Speaker,
the MPEC report.
we little bit
Uyakubhaleka
understand
abafuna
your
ufunda i-impact report.
position that it is the mayor that
Vela
needs
sikubona
to
wena.
give you the
Vela
reports. So it is him who is delaying this process. We do
Into
understand. We
namantsetse.
wanted to say that. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, let's proceed with the minutes.
Control his emotions.
Let's start with the correction, page
sorry, Speaker.
2407,
Sorry, Honorable Speaker.
2409.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Mame?
You asked for councillors to declare interest. So I want to declare interest on item number 32, which deals with vote of no confidence. Thank you.
Aye. Page 2411, 2412. Raise your hand if there are corrections. 2413, 2414, 2415, 2416, 2417, 2418, 2419, 2420, 2421, 2422, 2423, 2424, 2425, 2426, 2427, 2428, 2429, 2430, 2431. Councillor,
Thanks, Speaker.
the page, the paragraph.
Page 2430.
2430.
Top left-hand corner.
Yes.
It says, by excluding the town of Tongaat and Hazelmere Dam from the municipal area. It's not the whole of Tongaat, it's just a portion of the town of Tongaat.
Okay. Thank you for that correction. 2433. Those corrections are captured by the team. 2434. Corrections. 2435. 2436. 2437. 2438. 2439, 2440, 2441, 2442, 2443, 2444, 2445, 2446, 2447, 2448, 2449, 2450, 2451, 2452, 2453, 2454, 2455, 2456, 2457, 2458, 2459, 2460, 2461, 2462, 2463, 2464, 2465, 2466, 2467, 2468, 2469, 2470, 2471, 2472, 2473, 2474, 2475, 2476, 2477, 2478, 2479, 2481, 2482, 2483, 2484, 2485, 2486, 2487, 2488, 2489, 2490, 2491, 2492, 2493, 2494, 2495, 2496, 2497, 2498, 2499, 2400, 2401, 2402, 2503, 2504, 2505, 2506, 2507, 2508, 2509, 2510, 2511, 2512, 2513, 2514, 2515, 2516, 2517, 2518, 2519, 2520, 2522, 2523, 2524, 2525, 2526, 2527, 2528, 2529, 2530. There are no corrections. Let's move now to the matters arising. Anyone want to raise a matter from the minutes? If there are none, we'll now move to the questions in terms of section. Let me first guess the mover for the adoption of the meeting so that we are procedural. Anyone to move? Council Kaunda?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you. Any seconder? Council Ngwengwe?
I second, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we are going straight to the questions in terms. Let me do this so that we are clear what's going to happen. Before we take the questions in terms of section 27 on item number 11, we are going to take a presentation from Water and Sanitation now. Then after that, we are going to take hands for discussions. After that, we are going to deal with the questions in terms of section 27. After sections of 27 is a motion in page 32. It means before we take executive committee report, we are going to deal with the motion from page 32. That's what's going to happen in terms of the order of the procedure. Let's take the presentation from water and sanitation now before questions in terms of section 27. City Manager, let me invite you to beam the presentation, and whoever is going to make the presentation take the podium and present the report. Thank you. Or if there's no presentation, we will proceed, because we requested water and sanitation to present. As soon as they are ready, they will present, but I don't want to waste time waiting for the presentation.
Speaker. Speaker. Speaker.
No, I'm not taking hands now. I'm still discussing the presentation.
Speaker, there is no presentation. The EFF requests a caucus. Speaker.
Yes,
Speaker.
City Manager is saying the...
Speaker. Speaker. Speaker.
No, I'm not taking hands.
Speaker. Speaker.
A caucus has been called, Speaker.
Speaker, we are requesting a caucus as the EFF.
Okay. Order.
20 minutes.
How many minutes?
10.
10 minutes?
Yes.
Can we have 8 minutes? Can we have 8 minutes? Can you take 8? Granted, Councillor Kambule, 8 minutes, please. 8 minutes, we are back. Cancel ngoba ngathi ayihleleni ngoba indlela isikhathi I'm under pressure. Okay, niyeke nokwenye but don't embarrass.
Sure.
Even if they say ube under pressure of court, akabaphenduli ukuthi why, but you can't insist or ukuthi approve
And Ben, let's remove this report. Let's remove it. But we keep it still. Say fine.
Kusaza kanjena le motion ukuthi approve.
Hey, come in, man.
Councillors?
Time now, time is up. By the looks of things, we can call this meeting over in the next 5 minutes. Where is the speaker? Even the EFF is back.
Councillors, please take your seat. We are under pressure of time. Can you check the city manager to come
U-ANC umile.
and head legal?
Emily MK.
Melinda? I said like in a motion or agent or two. Yeah, now two, one of the second, it takes something. No. I'll meet you empty.
Yes, but. That's why.
Thank you, councillors. Please take your seat. Take your seat. Councillors, lapha emuva. No mayor wedding do lapha no mayor no ba. Thathani ihlalo zenu. Thank you very much, councillors. Firstly, order, order. Take your seat quietly. Order, order, councillors. Order, order. Gubane. Councillors, as I've indicated earlier that we were expecting a report from presentation from water and sanitation, I've been advised by the city manager that the report won't be presented because the delegation from Umgeni, Utugela Water, and some senior officials from the National Department of Water and Sanitation, they are not here. They were supposed to be here. Therefore, the item in the agenda is being withdrawn. We won't present that report today. It will be presented at a later stage when all stakeholders have made input on it. Apologies for that. We will now move to the motions, notices of motions. As I've indicated earlier, we are going to start with the motion from page 32. We're going to start with the motion from page 32. I will then invite Councillor Nkosi to move the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings again. May I submit the notice of motion in the House? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nkosi. Any seconder of the motion? Councillor Kuala?
Yes, Speaker, I second the motion.
The motion has been moved and seconded. Councillors, do you support or agree with the motion? Thank you very much. I will then invite Councillor Nkosi to motivate the motion. Councillor Nkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Well, Section 5.2 is clear that the mayor in his responsibilities is to ensure that he does monitor what CM is doing. In the state of the city where everything is collapsing, we feel very strong that the mayor is not doing his job.
I do apologize to you and to Councillor Nkosi. Just a question of clarity.
Yeah.
The mayor did declare interest on this item at the beginning of the meeting. Now we are deliberating on this very same item. Is it then not proper that the mayor recuse himself whilst we deal with this? Because we can't have a discussion around this issue with the mayor here.
Councillor Mthethwa, we have been in this situation before. There's precedent. When we are discussing motions of this nature, then councillors that are implicated, they were never removed from council meeting. Even today, the mayor will listen to the debate as they continue, because it's not the first time. We've done it before on the very same person. The motion that was raised by ACC, Councillor Said, on the very same matter, we used the same approach. Nothing has changed. Councillor Nkosi?
Well, then let me place it on record that we disagree with that. We disagreed when we were dealing with Mavunda. We disagreed when we were dealing with the mayor's motion previously. We still disagree because we don't believe that a member who has a direct interest on an issue should be here when we discuss this. What's going to happen when we vote?
Thank you very much. Your concerns are recorded, Councillor Nkosi.
Thank you, Mayor, Speaker. As I said, that Section 5.2 of the MFMA is clear to say that Mayor have to ensure that he provides general political guidance as well as on the fiscal and management. Now, the state of the city is very bad. The AG in the morning have made it clear that we have over 2 billion when it comes to irregular expenditure. There are no consequence management, people does not have water. It means that the problem is that we don't have water, money, but we do have money. The issue is that work is not being done under his nose. Therefore, that is why we are saying as IFP, we can't trust the mayor anymore. We don't think that he's fit for the position. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Nkosi. I will now note hands for those who want to debate the notice of motion before we vote. We will vote after I've taken hands. I want to note hands. The first hand is Councillor Billy. Then number 2, Councillor Mtetwa. Number 3 is Councillor Mvubu. 4 is Councillor Gabenda from the IFPA. Who's that? Oh, it's Anipen. Anipen, I don't see you. Anipen, then Ngomalo. Anipen, then there is a board behind of the camera. Who's there? I'm a camera suits. Councillor Said, ACC, Action SA, Councillor Mwango. There's Councillor Shlengwa. There's Councillor Reddy, Viswan. There's Councillor Pillay. There's Councillor Ngwengwe, Councillor Kuzwayo. There's Councillor Madlala, Councillor Ntuli, Chi. You'll be the last. In that order, Councillor Pillay.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and greetings again to you. Honourable Speaker, it is almost 4 years since Councillor Mxolisi Kaunda was elected by this council with the help of his party, the ANC, along with the EFF and Action SA, Makosi Koza, and Visvin Reddy's ADEC, and Zandile Mieni and others. This is despite the fact that the voters of eThekwini had clearly rejected Kaunda and his ANC in the 2021 elections, which saw them losing.
Order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Yes.
Order.
Yes.
Point of order, Councillor Zondi.
No, Chair, sicela uKhansela uBhili ahloniphe uMayor uKhaunda ke no uKhaunda.
Thank you very much.
On the point of order.
Let's be
point of order.
Let's be orderly. Councillor, your point of order, Councillor Zondi, is sustained. Billy will do that. Councillor Mia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also raise a point of order that Councillor Billy must withdraw the name of the EFF there. We are not in collude with the ANC when the mayor was appointed. In fact, we supported them as a DA.
Okay. The point of order is sustained. Councillor Billy will withdraw. Councillor Madlala.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Order.
I rise on a rule that says councillors must not mislead council.
Can you please speak closer to your mic?
I rise on a rule that says it is wrong to mislead council. The ANC, the voters of the city did not reject the ANC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Billy.
Speak order.
Order, no. I haven't recognized any hand. Who's that?
Nancy.
Okay. Who's that? Councillor Kulu, yes. Recognized?
Yes. Speaker, one is arising for the point of order because Councillor Billy is misleading the council to say Mayor has been in the office for 4 years. Because we are coming from the elections on the 1st of November 2021, this is a new council. Therefore, we cannot be misled about other years that we do not know. Therefore, his calculations must be correct.
Thank you very much, councillors. As we allow Councillor Billy to proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Now, he was supported by this party despite the fact that the voters of eThekwini had rejected Kaunda and his ANC in the 2021 elections, which saw
point
them
of
in
order,
control of the metro.
Point of order.
They needed the support of like-minded political parties to regain
order.
control of the
Point
city.
of order, Councillor Madlala.
Yes, maybe Speaker, the challenge was the fact that when Councillor P, when we called for orders, Councillor Pili was not made to withdraw
For
the misleading comment that he made. There is nowhere, there is no proof in front of us that the ANC was rejected by the voters in eThekwini. Otherwise, we wouldn't have these councillors here if we were rejected. Now, that is coming from a councillor who's sitting with lesser numbers than the ANC, so who got rejected?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pili, can you please withdraw those statements and avoid making such utterances moving forward so that you don't invite unnecessary
Correct that.
disruption in your presentation. Can you withdraw and proceed?
Speaker.
Order.
Speaker,
No, I'm talking to Pili, not to you, Mthetho.
I'm raising a point of order.
No, Councillor Pili?
Well, Speaker, I'm raising a point of order.
No, we can't say we're speaker. Don't do that.
Oh, Mr. Speaker. I'm
Don't say
raising-
we're speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm raising a
Yeah,
point
Councillor
of order.
Pili? Councillor Pili?
They are married in community property.
Order. It's only Pili who's allowed to address council, no one else. Councillor Pili?
But Speaker, you're expecting Councillor Bill to withdraw something just because
No,
other people
I'm not
disagree
talking
with
to
that.
Councillor Mthetho. Councillor Mthetho, you are not recognized. You are not recognized. It's Pili who's recognized. You don't speak in council if you've not been given a chance by the speaker. I'm only giving Pili to address council.
Can you please give me a chance to address you?
Councillor Pili? Order. Pili?
Speaker, if the ANC was not rejected by the voters of eThekwini, there'll be
Can you
total
please, Pili,
control.
withdraw and proceed with your statement?
But Speaker,
Simple.
you listen to Councillor Madlala. I'm telling you
No,
that
Pili.
if they were not rejected by the
Councillor
people
Pili,
of-
listen. Forget what is being said by Councillor Madlala. Take what is said by the speaker. The speaker is saying, withdraw that part and proceed.
Which part, Speaker?
The part where Comment Madlala is raising a point of order.
Which part specifically?
The part where he's saying the ANC was rejected because the point of order was clear. Let's not waste time because order. I've made a ruling that the point of order is sustained. I'm then saying my ruling is final. Withdraw that part and proceed. Easy.
The ANC was not rejected by the voters. They are in full control of the municipality.
Order.
Now, this is. No, I withdraw. And ordinarily, they would have
Withdraw.
needed the support of like-minded political parties to regain the control of the city. Now, the parties that I've mentioned.
Order, councillors. Order.
The
Councillors.
parties
Can you
that
can you listen to Councillor Pili? No disruption, please.
The parties that I've mentioned, Speaker, assisted this party to regain control, encouraged by personal objectives, positions to be precise, saw it fit to bring back the ANC mayor, Councillor Mxolisi Kaunda, through the back door, showing a middle finger to the voters who have been heartful of the ANC and the mayor. The reality is that Mayor Kaunda had already been a mayor because he had replaced his colleague in 2019, the corruption-accused Zandile Gumede, who remains implicated in the 500 million Durban solid waste tender case. Honorable Speaker, since his election, Mayor Kaunda has worked incredibly hard to ensure that the little that is left of this city is destroyed. Since his election, Mayor Kaunda has worked incredibly hard to ensure that the city's economy is brought down to its knees. Since his election, he has single-handedly ensured that our beaches are destroyed, the tourism sector is destroyed, jobs are killed, waiters, street vendors go to sleep without any income. He has turned the city into a laughingstock. Mayor Kaunda has presided over the biggest self-made humanitarian crisis in the city, ensuring that the people of Kwamakuta, Verelem, Umlazi, Tongati, Kwanyuswa, Phoenix, Mount Edgecombe remain without water. Under his leadership, our city is one of the leading in terms of informal settlements, with 590 settlements and 360 households. Instead, he presided over the fraudulent payment of 700 million containerized ablution blocks in those informals. To make matters worse, those who are responsible for putting him at the helm of the municipality, knowing well of his failures, have said nothing during this time. People like Adek Visvan, a TikToker who entertains people, have said nothing during this time. Whereas they are the same people who supported putting him in this
Point of
position.
order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
I wish to draw the Speaker's attention to one of my videos, which has reached over 200,000 views, in which I showed that fact that the DA has failed to serve its
That's
goal.
not a point of order.
That is
You're
why
now
they are
debating.
complaining. No, I'm correcting him. I'm correcting him.
Yeah, Councillor Reddy, it's not a point of order. You are now
He
debating.
must go back
Speedy
and get
proceed.
educated.
Councillor Reddy,
Don't mislead this
Councillor Reddy,
Also gets lots of
Councillor
views.
Reddy, councillors, as I've said to Councillor Mchetwa, when you are given a chance to speak, but when the speaker is speaking,
Who knows, Billy?
you must
How
listen.
many people can you bring to a meeting?
You must listen.
I challenge
Councillor
him to
Reddy,
bring.
Councillor
He must
Reddy.
bring, I'll bring. We'll see how
Councillor
many people
Reddy.
will bring.
Kick him out,
Take him out,
Speaker.
useless thing.
Order,
you,
order.
You sell out.
Order.
You're a bloody
Councillor
sellout.
Bailey, proceed. Order, councillors, order. Councillor Bailey,
Point of order, Speaker.
point of order.
Speaker,
Order, councillors.
Speaker, I rise on Rule 16, which is councillors' conduct at meetings. And I've said this
Also rise on
previously.
the rule of misleading the council.
Order.
Deal with your member there
Order.
before you open your mouth.
It's just proved my point.
Order. Councillor Ngumalo, please switch your microphone.
Speaker.
Councillor Kavenda is raising a point of order. Let's listen to her.
Speaker, it's conduct like this that allows this council to degenerate.
No.
And it
She must
delays
speak to her
us.
colleague.
Order.
Her colleague misled this council.
Order.
She must deal with her colleague first.
Order.
He must withdraw.
Councillor Reddy.
Shut up.
Chief Whip.
I wouldn't let the small nipper here.
Chief Whip,
Yogas,
can you speak to
come
Councillor Reddy to
judge
behave?
me about
Go to
council,
him.
man.
Go to him, please. Chief Whip, please go to Councillor Reddy and talk to him.
No.
Kick him out. He needs to be thrown out.
Shut up, Elizabeth.
This is the second time he's displayed gender bias. He did this yesterday as well.
Yes, order. The speaker has sent the whip of council to speak to Reddy to behave.
You cannot allow this.
Chase him out, Speaker.
Security.
Where were you with Raid yesterday? Yeah? Where were you yesterday with your Raid? Tell us, where were you yesterday? Chase him out.
Yeah, when I'm upset.
Nimsabani uBhili obathi ngiyamsabi. Letheni la kumina.
Yeah, when told.
I'm interested. Where were you with your Raid yesterday?
Yeah, when I'm upset.
Chief Whip is committing to behave. Thank you. Councillor Bailey, proceed.
Speaker, I'm not done.
Oh, we've
were
addressed the matter you were raising.
No,
Where
I
were
was
you
still
yesterday?
speaking. I still have the
Speaker,
floor.
I apologize. That
Order,
Chief Whip
order.
has
Councillor
scolded
Kavenda.
me, and I'm
Councillor
so
Kavenda.
scared and terrified. I apologize.
Order.
Humble apologies, Yogas.
Order. Councillor Reddy.
Please accept. Let's move on. Progress, please. Progress.
Apologies accepted,
Yeah.
Councillor Reggie.
Thank you. I
No, but
humbly
Councillor
apologize.
Reddy, even if you apologize,
You must
you
be
can't
sincere.
apologize without being given the chance You should have raised your hand and addressed council. The whip of council has already informed me that we have apologized. Therefore, just talking, you are being destructive. We can kick you out from the meeting if you know how you have apologized. Yeah. Councillor Pili, Councillor Kavenda was saying you were raising the issue about Councillor Reddy's behavior. We have already addressed that. Let's not waste council time. Let's allow Billy to proceed.
No, Speaker.
Because we have ruled in your issue.
These personal attacks.
Order.
Speaker.
Yes.
There is sustained personal attacks on myself by this council
Where
member.
were you with
Order.
yesterday?
You know, it started from him calling him my dear baby
Yesterday.
and all sorts of nonsense.
I have
Yesterday
never
we
called
had
her baby.
yesterday?
I will never
Similar-
call her baby.
Yeah. Councillor. Thank you. Councillor. Councillors.
No, Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker,
Order.
this is
Councillor Reddy,
serious.
Councillor Kavenda.
I'm not his girl.
Councillors,
And he
the
needs to refrain from doing
difficult I'm
this.
having
He needs to apologize.
when you make noise, I can't hear.
unconditionally.
I can't hear.
And
Councillor
Speaker,
Kavenda.
you need to take punitive steps.
Point of order, Speaker.
It is simply not good enough.
Point of order.
No, you can't do the point of order when there's a point of order on the floor. You are being out of order.
Speaker, that apology is not sincere. It was mocking.
Where were
It was
you yesterday?
condescending. Can you hear that, Speaker?
Yeah, Councillor Kavenda,
Please
Councillor
protect me.
Kavenda, I understand your concerns.
But you're not doing anything about
No.
it.
Listen. We are not going to run the meeting.
May I are you encouraging this?
It may be in a manner that you
know
prefer. Allow us to guide the meeting.
Hey, listen.
If there are such utterances and statements made directed to you, those statements were made when I was dealing with the issue of Councillor Reddy, and I didn't see any councillor who made those utterances. I'm not disputing that, but it made the work of the speaker difficult to make a ruling on something that I did not hear or something where I've not saw anyone saying that, while I'm not disputing with due respect. But what I'm saying, I was addressing the issue of Councillor Reddy when maybe such statements were made. I just want to apologize to you on behalf of council, while I'm not sure who said that. But we'll make sure that we continuously appeal to councillors to refrain in making such statements. I hope that apology will be accepted. Councillor Pili, proceed.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As I was saying, that we are here because of certain parties that supported a failed mayor who had clearly demonstrated his inability to resolve the crises that face the city. And it is important that we mention these parties, including the councillor who has just spoken, Councillor Visvin, who supported the installation of Councillor Kaunda. And as I've correctly said, the Action SA, which also supported the appointment of, or the election of Councillor Kaunda. All of these parties, today, they are masquerading as the voice of reason. They are acting as if they had nothing to do with it. But the reality is that when Councillor Kaunda was elected, there's no speaker, I can't hear. When he was elected, he was assisted by certain parties, and we must correct that, and people must know that. Now, Speaker, what we're going to do here today is to employ you.
On a point of order, Speaker.
There's a point of order from who?
Councillor Sabel.
Councillor Sabel.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Awusakhona?
Yes.
Order.
Very much alive in the revolutionary party.
Order, councillors. Order.
Honorable Speaker, no one is allowed to mislead this House. When you vote here, you don't vote to assist someone. Councillor Pili can't say the mayor was assisted by certain political parties as if he saw their secret votes. Remember, the mayor is elected through a secret ballot. Now, when he speaks for certain that this party voted this way, he's misleading this house because he does not have concrete evidence of that. You can't even confirm if members of the ANC voted for the mayor. The mayor was voted for councillors of eThekwini municipality.
Thank you.
When we sit here,
Thank you, Councillor Sabelo. Your point of order is sustained.
thank you.
Councillor Pili, as you continue with your debate, refrain to commit one and the same mistakes where you make utterances that are misleading to council because that is not allowed in our rules. You can debate without making such statements so that you don't invite unnecessary disruption. Councillor Billy, you are still on the floor.
ngathi akayithandi kumadlala lento eyenziwa lapha emuva.
Wena mathomlungu ngenaphi?
Order, order.
Point of
Councillor
order,
Pili.
point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
I take exception to what is being said about my name as Speaker.
Hey, Lenjumba,
What is being said?
The councillor over there is implying that I do not support what Councillor Sabelo is saying on behalf of the ANC. I want to state it categorically that Councillor Sabelo represents us fully. He's lying to this council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Listen, councillors. Listen, councillors. This is your meeting. This is your meeting. I'm sitting here to assist you to drive your meeting. You set rules yourself on how your meeting have to be run or managed. I am responsible to check those rules. Please assist me to drive your meeting easily. All of you, assist me. Councillor Pili, proceed.
Thank you again, Speaker. So I've mentioned all of this, Speaker, and the crisis that we find ourselves in, particularly on the issue of water, which I had said that it is a huge disappointment that the mayor has been overseeing in the north mostly, and it is quite shocking to have the audacity to question if councillors have been calling meetings to explain the mess that's been caused by him. Our councillors must be calling meetings to explain the mess that he has failed to explain to the residents. It is completely irresponsible, and we certainly do not believe that he has taken the responsibility to lead and to ensure that these issues which exist for many years since he's been the mayor of the city, he has done enough to resolve it. To make matters worse, what we saw today earlier, the AG clearly pointing out that under his leadership, things have gone from bad to worse. Irregular expenditure has more than doubled under his watch. Now you can point to the COVID as an excuse, point to the floods as an excuse. The reality is that you are not doing what is supposed to be done. The reality is that you are not following processes. The reality is that you might be stealing money from the city, because that is what irregular expenditure seems to point out. Now, that is all under the leadership of Kaunda. He made commitments to the AG
Speaker,
to ensure that
point of order.
Point of order?
Yeah, it's Councillor Sabelo again, Speaker. You know, Speaker, we are trying to listen to Upili, but clearly he has nothing to say and is wasting DA time.
What's the
You
point
see,
of order?
Speaker, when you...
Order, can you please raise the point of order,
Speaker,
Councillor Sabelo?
you can't be listening to that.
Order.
He's wasting your time.
No, Councillor Pili, let me listen to point of order.
What's there to listen to?
No. Councillor Pili. Councillor Pili, order. Councillor Pili, when the point of order is raised while we are on the floor, once the speaker recognizes the point of order, you stop addressing council.
Teach him.
the ruling is being made. Let's just do that. It's very easy. It's very easy because if you don't do that, we are going to blame the speaker. Councillor Sabelo, you are being recognized for a point of order.
Speaker, he just accused the mayor of might be stealing money. We all heard that. You just accused the mayor. That can't be procedurally correct. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Might be.
I understand, Councillor Billy, please, as I've requested earlier, please proceed with your debate, but avoid. No. Councillor Billy, you are recognized, proceed.
Honorable Speaker.
Proceed.
Honorable-
Otherwise, Billy, for using gesture, listen, for using gesture to your fellow councillor, you can't say it to your fellow councillor. Rules does not allow that. I'm requesting you, Billy, to behave so that you finish your point. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker.
Speaker, in conclusion.
Point of order, Madam.
Point of clarity, Speaker. Would I be correct if I say Councillor Billy might be stupid?
What?
If I say Councillor Billy might be stupid.
That would be wrong.
It is wrong
It's
then
your
to say
opinion.
the mayor might be stealing money. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Madlala, you are correct. That's why I'm cautioning you on the language you are using when you are debating and some words that you choose. It's possible to debate and advance your argument, Councillor Bailey, without using these unnecessary words. If maybe you are being challenged, you can prove. Now, I advise that let's continue, all of you councillors, because what Billy is doing now, I can tell you, after him, all of you might be tempted to do the same. You might be tempted to do the same. Now, I'm cautioning you not to do that because
That's wrong, Speaker.
it affects the flow of debate. Councillor Bailey, you are protected. Proceed.
Looking at the importance of this motion and the hundreds of thousands of residents and businesses who are hopeful that today this council will do the right thing and fire an incompetent mayor, we remain hopeful that you will appreciate that this must be done in a safe environment. We therefore implore you to do the right thing for the safety of our colleagues, possibly MK, who are fed up, just like me and you, to have the courage to take this vote into a secret ballot to allow even the MK councillors, even those who might be on the side of the residents, to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mthethwa. Councillor Mthethwa.
Na i-service delivery ithwele
Sihlalo, I think what's left.
Councillors, let's listen to Councillor Mthethwa.
I think what's left for me to use these 30 seconds is to say, I repeat what Councillor Billy has said word for word. Even what you had asked him to withdraw, I repeat those word for word. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mvuo.
You're stupid.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I just want to start by quoting Frantz Fanon, a revolutionary from Martinique Island in Algeria, when he was explaining cognitive dissonance. He had this to say, and I quote, "When people hold a core belief, this is very strong. And when they are presented with evidence that works against that belief, the new evidence cannot be accepted. So they will no longer ignore or even deny anything that doesn't fit the core belief." Close quotes. We want to place it on record, Speaker, that we don't need any secret ballots. The EFF only account at Winnie Madikizela Mandela House. We are not in coalition with anyone. We are cooperating with each other.
And the basic rule of cooperating with each other is to respect each other when we're about to take decision. We told the ACC last year that they cannot pass any motion without involving us because no one commands a majority in this council. Even with committees, many of these committees will not cooperate without the participation of the EFF. Now let's deal with the item at hand. The EFF will support the motions to remove Councillor Mxolisi Kaunda. And before we get carried away on this one, we are dealing with this particular item, like we do with all the items. There are items that we agree with and we vote together. And there are particular items that we don't agree with and we don't vote together. And today is not different. The EFF only accounts for itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mvobo. Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very, very interesting time to be a citizen in eThekwini. When the citizens of eThekwini think of our current mayor, this is what they think of. They think of 58% water losses. They think of no water tankers, collapsing infrastructure, no electricity, no houses. They think about contaminated beaches, 3 billion rand write-off through unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, wasteful expenditure. This is what the residents of eThekwini are being forced to deal with. Today, this council has had enough, and as the IFP, we represent the people of this municipality, and we are saying loud and clear, Councillor Kaunda must go. We hope that every political party that is represented here today that has any interest in the well-being of this municipality and its future will support this motion and call also for the mayor to step down.
Thank you, Councillor Ace Said with a donation of a minute from GA and PFP.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as we find ourselves in a city that...
Please speak closer to your microphone.
Must put the mic in my mouth, Speaker.
Order,
Thank you,
councillors.
Speaker.
Let's listen to Councillor Said.
Speaker, thank you. As we find ourselves in a city that annually faces many challenges, it is clear that we have... Speaker? Speaker, can I be protected there, Speaker? And my time is running.
Councillor Said, we are protected. Councillors, please. Please, councillors, let's... Councillor Kambole, unfortunately, you are a chief whip. I'm not expecting you to do that gestures because you are supposed to maintain order. Let's allow Councillor Said to proceed. Said.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in a city that we annually face many challenges, it is clear that we have a collective obligation to deliver services on the ground and substantially bring change through the councillors of this council and not just the mayor. By serving the people through their committees and the council and not just sitting monthly in this council meeting to politic around issues that are irrelevant and not able to deliver services to our people. We as the ACC have a dutiful obligation to stand behind the people of Palestine and against the apartheid state of Israel. And this motion, which speaks to be politically disruptive and incompetent at this time, especially in an election year. We also cannot support the state of Israel through its moonshot-packed parties to be disruptive for political gain. However, notwithstanding that, we are in agreement that this ANC coalition-led municipality needs to put its feet on the ground and deliver micro-services across the city, including in Deiran wards, and not only in ANC constituencies. And therefore, for the purposes of progress as well as continuity within this municipality, we as ACC will not support this motion at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Said. Councillor Mwango.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I think one from onset, one should say the mayor should have just resigned earlier. As Action SA, we fully support this motion. Now, I will unpack why we support the motion. The municipality under leadership of the mayor have found itself in a serious crisis. You look at the issue of water crisis all over the city. You ask yourself, where is the mayor? You never see him on the ground, but you only hear him on radio saying everything is going well, which is always a lie. We have a water loss of 58% by now, and you see ANC clapping hands while we are in crisis. Infrastructure challenges all over the city. We already had about 3.9% spending on repairs and maintenance. Then you ask yourself, why we can't maintain our infrastructure when money is available? Where is leadership? We as this council made a decision, Honourable Speaker, to have insourcing of security guards and cleaners. The mayor himself has been delaying the decision of this council. Till to date, we haven't received a final report on why insourcing is not yet done.
Point of order.
Point of order. Councillor Madlala.
Misleading the council. There is no evidence that it is the mayor who has been delaying the decision. We have a multi-party exco, and there's no report that says such. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madlala. Your point of order is sustained. Councillor Mwango, proceed.
We are faced with bad financial management while we have someone we call the mayor. There's a lack of consequence management. There's a serious financial mismanagement. You just had AG before they say it's a lie. The same mayor, when we face challenge of infrastructure, is the one who deny these councillors sitting here to do oversight and come here and lie about the code of conduct and say the code of conduct says councillors can't engage with officials, which is a lie. In this council, we can't have a mayor who's lying in this council. We have irregular expenditure of about 2.6 billion now under his leadership. We had to write off 3.6 billion rand under his leadership. We have an issue of wastewater treatment plants. Currently, we have an issue where every now and then we have to close down our beaches only because we can't maintain our infrastructure, only because we have a challenge where drainage systems are connected to sewer lines and nothing has been done. We have the mayor delegating the power of this municipality to Umgeni Water because he is failing to lead the municipality. So basically, he wants to rely on the board in Umgeni Water to assist because he has failed himself to deal with the challenge of the city. We have an issue of pollution of environment in this municipality under his leadership. Nothing has been done. Reports have been done about pollution of environment in this municipality, and the mayor would go on radio deny all that. We have floods. As much as floods are a natural disaster, but part of it is because our failed infrastructure that lead to the damages we see every day. We have bridges being built by this municipality, where a bridge is built within 6 months, it's also flooding. Where is the problem? Is leadership. The mayor sitting here, he lied in a finance committee where he said there is no MOU between the city and the ICC. And even this meeting in this council, the mayor was continuously lying, denying the existence of this MOU. Now we've got the report from CIIU proving that there was corruption between the city official and ICC, and mayor was aware of all this. Nothing was done. Till to date, this entity we are sitting in belongs to the municipality. The bill is not paid yet. The bill was 4.7 million rand, but only 1.7 million rand has been paid to that bill. But it can't be attached, because why? is corrupt money. No one is able to account as someone paying that amount. The question is why the mayor is silent when this institution you're sitting in is being owed by the ANC Women's League. That money must be paid, but when it's paid, the mayor will be gone. Mayor must go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mwango. Councillor Tengwa.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, let me start by saying a prayer for abantwana baka Israel. Ngicele nje a divine intervention from His Almighty to persuade them so that they can realize that supporting the killing of innocent people in Palestine by Israel is wrong. Just as much as it is wrong to try and destabilize this metro by colluding and passing. Speaker, can you protect me?
Councillors.
They want to destabilize this
Councillors, order. Councillor Tengwa. Councillors, we order. We have allowed other speakers previously to express themselves freely. Let's allow other councillors to do the same. Let's not disrupt, not make noise. Let's listen to the debate. Councillor Tengwa.
Ngiyabacela abantwana baka Israel ukuthi ba realize ukuthi lokho abakwenzayo ku wrong. Emphakathini waseThekwini. Speaker, can I be protected? Can I be protected, Speaker?
You are.
I notice ukuthi u40 years mude. God, it can't be taking them 40 years to listen. Speaker. As APF, we are not supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Reti.
Thank you, Speaker. We have
Order,
a minute
councillors.
that's been donated. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by saying that we are supporting the motion as ADIC. If it had anything to do with the statements made by Billy and Yogus there, I probably wouldn't have, but I'm far more mature than all of that.
Point of order, Speaker.
Order. Proceed.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Speaker, Councillor Viz, as much as I admire him right now, he's calling myself Umza Billy. Yogis. I mean, it's Councillor Billy, no Councillor Yogis.
Councillor, order, councillors.
Please.
Councillor Zondi, no shouting. No shouting, Councillor Zondi. Please. Councillor Reti,
Speaker,
can you please focus on the debate and respect your fellow councillors in terms of our rules?
Thank you, Speaker. I want to put the city first. See, let me just explain to councillors that we have an executive mayoral system. The mayor is really not in charge of the city. It is the executive committee. So I give notice that I'll be calling on all parties, DA, IFP, and EFF, that leads the city to actually resign at the next council sitting, because they are also responsible for this ruin that we find the city in today. But I also accept that as the chairperson of the executive committee, the mayor has the power to call up an urgent EXCO meeting when the crisis appears. And we've had so many crises in the city that have occurred time and time again, and he's done absolutely nothing about it. That is the reality. He has not shown any leadership. And I'm appealing to the ANC that perhaps they need to now tell him he needs to go back to the PEC and become an MEC. Mayor's job for him is no good. So I certainly believe that the mayor has not shown any leadership in chairing the executive committee and even holding his own members of this committee accountable and giving them responsibilities, like has been done in the past when I served on this municipality under previous mayors on the executive committee. So the mayor has failed, and that's the reason why the city is a broken city today. And that's the reason why we will be supporting this motion. I thank you.
Speaker.
Speaker. Order, Speaker.
MK.
Speaker, order. Speaker, order.
One point of order. Mango.
Yeah, Speaker, I think to maintain the decorum of this House, Councillor Bill has been calling other councillors by name. When he's being called by name, he then complain, then you read in his favor. In entire speech, he never called Councillor Kaunda as a Councillor Kaunda. He kept saying Kaunda, Kaunda,
But Councillor
Kaunda.
Mnganga, I sorted that. I've already addressed that matter to Councillor Pili and to Councillor Areti. Councillor Mngwengwe.
Ahamba amabodyguard.
Thanks, Somlom.
Councillor Xuma. No gestures, no shouting.
Somlomo, we've been listening the opposition debating on this motion. But what is disturbing Somlomo is that the DA, Councillor Billy, was the first councillor who misled this council, saying after the election of Councillor Kaunda, the mayor, in 4 years, in 4 years in the office, as if like 2021 until now we've got 4 years. While we were listening to that, Councillor Nkosi, when he wrote his motion, he said the city retained 1.9 billion to Treasury, which is misleading this house. Somlomo, I want to say, as Councillor Vis Van Redi has mentioned, our council is a ESCO system, and it's represented by a number of parties. It cannot be one person can be accused as is failing the city where there are failures. But when there are
Order,
things-
Councillor Mngwengwe. Councillor Nkosi, can I appeal that you stop what you are doing? You remember that we had a discussion.
Ngixolisa Somlomo bengithi akoyibheka ne-MFMA ubaba
Yeah,
uMngwengwe.
but you continue to be out of order. You remember that I had a discussion with you informally during the lunchtime when you were accusing me about something, but now you are provoking the speaker. Please. Councillor Mngwengwe.
Thank you, Somlom. What is disturbing is that, like, these councillors, when the council is getting some achievements, they want to say it's eThekwini. When we are facing with crisis, it has to be the mayor and the ANC. We had floods. You didn't see them. Only when they were national ministers, they would be around, just because they want the camera. But the ANC was always on the ground, working with the people. Somlomo, si iqonda kahle izimo ezibhekene neTheku. Ingakho nje siqhubeka nokuba committed ezintweni ezizenzayo. Ngaloko Somlomo sithi umeya uKhaunda njengoba wayeqokwe uKhongolose ukuba imele ku-executive uzoqhubeka nokuba yilunga le-executive nomeya seThekwini. Siyabonga.
Thank you very
Speaker.
much, Councillor Kuzwayo.
Speaker.
Oh, no.
Speaker.
Councillor Kuzwa approaches. I was supposed to take Councillor Pillay after Councillor Reti.
Speaker.
I made a mistake.
Speaker.
I apologize to you, Councillor
Speaker.
Pillay.
Speaker, Councillor Nxumalo here.
Councillor Nxumalo?
Yes, sir. Cha, nami Speaker befile ungithathe emva kweCouncillor uJonathan.
Oh, bekumele ungene after u-Anipen.
Speaker.
I accept that oversight. I will take you, Councillor Nxumalo, because
Speaker.
No, Councillor Saipitio, you have spoken already.
No, I haven't. Speaker, I wanna request a caucus as soon as the debate is over for the smaller parties.
No, Councillor
Thank
Pillay.
you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate the fact
Order.
that the eThekwini Council is governed by the Executive Committee that comprises of the ANC, the DA, the EFF, and the IFP. We must also remember the
Okay.
Order. Proceed, Councillor Kavenda. Councillor Pillay. Use the one, the mic at the back is working.
It's right now. Come here. The mic is working. Oh, it's
May I appeal to the technical team that manage this facility to make sure that there's no disruption in terms of power supply. They should have advised us before we book the venue if they anticipate any problem with the power supply. Yeah, this is disruptive. Councillor Pillay. Technical team, can you assist us with the roving mic? We are losing time. Councillor Pillay, can you come in the front end and use this microphone? Can you use this microphone so that we don't waste time? No.
Not working. The lights are broken.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just also want to express that Mosa have donated the 1 minute to me, to the DLC.
No. Minutes are being donated to me, not to you. Stick to your minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start again. I want to express, as I've expressed early on, this council is governed by the Executive Committee that comprises of the ANC, the DA, the EFF, and the IFP. It must also be recorded that the entire Executive Committee must be accountable to the ratepayers for everything that is happening in the city. I also want to state, the DA continuously go to the media and plead innocence, but yet, each of the members of the Executive Committee each earns 1.2 million rand per annum. And they need to account for such. Mr. Speaker.
The time is expired. Councillor Ngumalo.
Hey.
Ngumalo.
Speak to the point.
It happens when you're talking nonsense.
Order. Let's listen to Councillor Ngumalo.
Am I audible to speak?
Are you robbing me?
Hello? No, thank you very much, Speaker. Mine is simple. My colleague have said all. But what I will say now is that...
Order.
I want to...
Order. Councillor Ngumalo is on the floor.
No, ngiyabonga Speaker. Okwami sekulula kakhulu ozakwethu sebekusho konke. Engifuna ukusho njengamanje ukuthumela nje umyalezo kubantu baseThekwini nabantu baseNingizimu Afrika ukuthi mhla kubekwa le council okokuqala eMoses Mabhida kwenzeka konke okwenzeka amanye ama parties afoma coalition neqembu elibusayo iqembu elibusayo lathatha amandla
Inhlangano,
njengoba
inhlangano.
namanje liphethe. Kodwa abantu baseThekwini abazange beze bekuthokozele lokho namanje ke sifisa ukubamema ukuthi abazobabuka abaholi babo ababathuma la ukuthi njengoba singenamanzi imigwaqo efile abantu befa bebulawa imigwaqo engalungiswa ngenxa yezimali engasetshenziswa ngendlela abazobuka abantu baseThekwini nabantu base South Africa ukuthi amandla abo bawasebenzisa
Basivoteni manje.
Ummema kanjani umuntu
Thank
usulapho
you.
wena?
Thank you. Councillor Kuzwayo.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
No, we can see time here in the screen.
No,
We can
sicela
see
usibona
it.
nathi. No, sicela usibona nathi
Order,
isikhathi.
order.
Oh, sorry.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
Awukahle wena nobubi.
Somlomo.
Councillor Mchetwa.
Ligwengela umthetho umsindo man.
We want to humbly request, Mr. Speaker, because we want to do our own calculations. We need to see numbers and time on the screen. We can't rely on your computers because we don't have access to your computers.
Yeah.
Oh, now that you listen, thank you.
Khuluma kakhulu ngathi umfazi.
Yeah, I can assure you even when there was not appearing on the big screen, the team here,
Speaker.
they are capable enough to monitor time. Councillor Kuzwayo?
Speaker, point of order.
Yes.
Speaker,
Kumete?
socela usenzele investigation kuno councillor la okhulume wathi ukhuluma kakhulu ngathi umfazi. That is intimidating for us as women. Uyas insulta nje lo muntu osho leyo nto. Ungasihloniphi and umuntu wesilisa.
No.
Billy,
Councillor. Order.
Simzwile uBhili.
Councillor Kumete, we are raising a very important, Councillor Kumete, you are raising a very important and decisive matter. I would love to know that, Councillor. I want to know that, Councillor. So that is being processed accordingly. Councillor Kuzwayo?
Olu. Ngiyabonga Somlomo, excuse me. Speaker, le vote of no confidence raised la is a complete waste of time. Kodwa ke I understand, Speaker.
Can you please display time on the screen? They see the problem? Okay, that's fine. We'll use the time that is in front of us, yeah?
Okay. Somlomo, it's a pity that this council meeting is held here today at the ICC arena and there are cameras because generally this place is used for events such as comedy shows, dances, music concerts. So when people come in here, they feel like performing. Speaker, let me just give you a few facts about the work that this particular mayor has done.
Speaker.
Trust has a stage.
Councillor Kavena?
Speaker, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting again, but it's the same complaint. Secretariat at the back has put up a board for 92, but the board here is showing 93. Now, we really need to keep track of this. This is a very important motion. And if people are leaving the venue, that needs to be recorded.
We will deal with the confirmation of numbers when we are about to vote. We will deal with that. Councillor Kuzwayo?
Yes, ngisaqhubeka Speaker.
Kahleni. Yini lenza ukuthi le motion iyeze nememezane. Anikwazi ukukhuluma niconvinceane nilalelane ningamemezani. Anikwazi ukwenza lokho. Kulula kabi.
Ilo sanda kufika.
Yebo. Ngoba emotion noma kusho ngiyamthanda lo khawunde. Unenza ukuthi benikhuluma ngaye nimemezane. Can we be orderly, councillors? This is your platform. Members of the public are watching. They expect to listen to your arguments, not noise. I can tell you the feedback we're getting from our Facebook page because we are live. Members of the public are saying to us they can't hear because we are making noise. Let's respect members of the public who are listening, watching to this process. When you make noise, they can't hear. They are telling us. Let's respect our residents. They are part of this meeting. Councillor Kuzwayo?
Siyabonga somlomo, no, I'll just take 2 minutes ngiyekele ama colleagues ami. Speaker, Uba Mayor since Atata, leading this municipality in 2019, we faced 3 disasters, and he has led this city out of those disasters in all 3 occasions, and we are really proud of the work that he has done. You see, Speaker, we've been declared on many occasions as the most viable municipality financially. Look at our grading as a municipality. That should tell you something about the work that this mayor is doing. And besides that, Speaker, today we were told here in your own meeting that we achieved an unqualified audit opinion by the Auditor General, although our colleagues across wish that we got a disclaimer. And that will never happen unless they run this council. We don't owe Eskom or Umgeni a cent. Our bulk supply is paid up. That is how good this municipality is run. The collection rate is over 90%. Unless someone is saying here we should have been beyond 100, then explain to us what is the state of the economy in the country. And Speaker, lo mshado ongale ngaphesheya wakho esihogweni uyophela ngamalahle. The IFP is the last of any parties to raise such a motion, Speaker. And I'm making an example of a municipality that they are running because I can't make it here when they are opposition. Back ama toilets abantu awu 15 for umuzi owodwa. 15 toilets for one family, spending a million rand.
Order, Kuzwayo, order.
Point of order, Speaker.
Order. Councillor Kumete. Order. Councillor Kumete.
Thank you, Speaker.
Can you speak to your councillor there at the back? Not to shout, not to be distracted. Go to her. Go to that councillor. Speak to her. Order. Speak to her about our agreement in the meeting of party whip. Can you please speak to her? I'm appealing because there's a decision that binds all parties of what we have discussed in the meeting of party whips. The shouting and the gesture she's doing. Speak to her, please.
Point of order, Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor Kumete, your hand was up.
May I be recognized also?
No, it's Councillor Kumete.
I know.
Thank you, Speaker. Ngizocela please singalethi izinto engaphandle ukuze sizoba aligned with the item. But again, akanga misinform indlu because into akhuluma ngayo akanayo information as much as thina esithintekayo sinayo. So that was a misinformation that is giving the house.
Okay. Councillor Kuzwayo, please confine yourself on the matter as you proceed.
Yeah, no, Speaker, ngizoyi confine, but angikwazi uyi confine ekutheni AFP yenze neThekwini because ayenzi lutho. So ngikhuluma la yenza khona ke. Yakha ama toilet awu 15 emndenini owodwa.
Speaker is going back to the item.
Councillor Kuzwayo, please avoid that. Are you done? Are you done? Okay, Councillor Madlala.
Speaker, on the point of order.
Speaker. Point of order, Councillor Kosi.
No, thanks, Speaker. I wanted to congratulate you, Councillor Kuzwayo, by saying you are doing nothing in eThekwini. I hope, Mayor, you underline what you have said. Because there are times whereby Mayor will be desperately calling us at night as members of the executive committee. So then his meeting will sit. Now, the good councillor here is saying we are doing nothing as opposition.
That's not a point of order. You are debating, Babu Kos. Councillor Madlala.
But it's correct.
Councillor Madlala?
Is correct,
Let's
Speaker.
listen to Councillor Madlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the reasons advanced to motivate this motion are either hopelessly dishonest or betrays a gross misunderstanding of council processes and the council itself. As other councillors have noted, that this council is run through an executive committee system, meaning that the executive committee is the main governing body in this municipality, led by the mayor. And therefore, as executive committee members, if any executive committee member feels that the mayor has failed or the mayor is failing, it means that failing. I would have understood if fellow executive committee members from the parties who are supporting the motion were resigning as well, to say we are resigning as this executive committee because we have failed and we want to take the mayor with us because we have failed. If they are not saying so, they are dishonest. Secondly, the parties supporting this motion are trying to divorce themselves from their responsibility as executive committee members. Because as much as they are reading a section which speaks to the duties of the mayor, there is another section which they have not read, which speaks to the duties and responsibilities of executive committee members. Unfortunately, Councillor Pillay, Patrick Pillay, his time ran out. He was on the money in saying that you cannot tell us that as an executive committee member, ungasazi isilungu ave kuyinkinga
Order,
of speech le ngishoyo kuthiwa you are on the money.
Councillor Madlala, when Councillor Madlala, no. Councillor Madlala, when this Councillor Madlala,
Hayi ngiyabonga speaker, cha isisho nje lesesilungu bekuthiwa you are on the money kusho ukuthi ulishaye isihlabe esikhonkosini ngesintu, saying manage to garner enough votes to run this council are now trying to get power through the back door. This motion and its motivation, their admission is that they are failing. Councillor Ntando has covered me on the situations that we've been through and where the mayor has led us. That is, the city is still standing. If it were other cities, you would be hearing other stories. Through the leadership of this mayor and his executive committee, we are where we are today, where although we have problems, we are interest of the people of this city, a city in recovery, a city that needs leadership. Now we are putting doubt and we are putting a city leadership. Thank you. We don't support this motion.
thank you very much. The speaker, then after that, we are going to allow the request for the caucus from Councillor Aside, few minutes, then we come and vote. Councillor Tuli.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Ngicabanga ukuthi ama speakers amaningi asekhulumile ngifuna uku-addressa into ezimbalwa ngoba le motion ekuyiyona esusa lokukhuluma inento eningi ezamanga that we need to correct here. Okokuqala on the issue of i-COVID-19, sathatha isinqumo njengale council after receiving a report from SIU ukuthi senze ama-disciplinary process under leadership kaMayor. We have done something for that. The issue of housing, it is dealt with at a national and a provincial level, not in our level. The issue of 1.9 billion that they are talking about, there is no 1.9 billion that has been taken from the city. That man was taken back and no one has taken it. Then that is not true. The last one is tariffs. The one you will always from time to time, because of the need of the people, to come to a point that follows the index number adjustment. The last two things is add. Mayor, there have been so many under his leadership catalyst projects that have been unlocked and thousands of jobs that have been created within this city. Part of it is Oceans Mall, and so many that I can count that have shown ukuthi sikwazile kube khona esikutolayo. We are leading in spending imali ye-USDG ne-ISUP. Start 100% from that one. And sibahlula bonke labanye umasipala lokho kuyinto ebaluleke kakhulu. The last thing that is important, under the same mayor that we are talking about, kunezindlu ama-connection almost 1,537 that have been connected and above. There are 828 water connection that have been done and above, and 500 houses that have been built and above that. More than that, motion itself ngesikhathi ibhalo ibibhala kucatsha ngokunye masifika la ngaphakathi siyazi ukuthi debate kuxoxwe ezinye indaba nje eseceleni. Kahle kahle lo mkhandle sikubona fanele sivume ukuthi akuwona umkhandle kufanele makhona iproblem sishift iblame siyikhombe koyedwa. Fanele sivumelane ukuthi makhona inkinga ekulo mkhandlu, inkinga ethinta wonke umuntu ola ngaphakathi. Iphele le play game abantu abayenzayo. And the last one labakhuluma ngayo ethinta into yase yokuya kuvisit ama site. We have seen several times sibona ama council of this municipality, they don't go to issues ama problems, they address ama problem from the community. They go there to laugh on them. They go there to expose it koni problem ekona. And you don't do that ma umuntu okhuliswe kahle ekhaya ungena umuntu okhule ngendlela efuna ungabe right. Then therefore as the ANC we don't support this motion. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Can I have your attention so that you know what's going to happen now? ACC with other parties, they are requesting a caucus. But I'm under pressure of time. I will grant them time to go to a caucus of 5 minutes, while most of you don't leave the venue. You can only go to restrooms and come back, because there's a lot of time wasted when I'm looking for you. Because once you go out, some of you disappear. For me to manage this time better, because this is council time. It's council time. We are granting 5 minutes for caucus. Most of you remain inside. Only those who are going to the restrooms, so that we come back early and vote. ACC, you are granted caucus time for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Chair, Chair, if we can be clear, when are you expecting them to come back? What time from now?
I'm saying 5 minutes.
5 minutes could be.
Speaker, we don't question the DAE when they take a caucus. We don't question the time. Thank you.
You can fuck off one.
Speaker, did you hear that comment, Speaker? Speaker, did you hear that vile language there?
Hey, shut.
How? Nawe futhi.
So, one, two. One, two.
MK, the caucus is that side?
One, two.
two.
Ungabe saphuma umthetho 5 minutes uphelile ungabe saphuma umthetho. Umthetho hlala phansi.
Seku half past manje. Hlala
Waphuma nobhaka umthetho uyothenga
Sesingaqala
abantu.
manje. 1 2 yeah. Esishaya umthetho engekho.
Enyambosi uyothenga
Umthetho nihlaleli phansi bafana uzalweni liyaluza.
uphethe malini lapho kubhaka Nyambosi?
One two. One.
Ugqome kahle meya lapho.
1 2. One two.
Bebe kuvoti ke tango lingekho. Asikhiphe le motion.
One two. Speaker.